Hello, welcome to Spooky Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer, and we're here to play some more Murder Club. Hello, Quack Gab. Good to see you. I was trying to think of what to say, and I guess first I should say hello to everyone. Hello, Quack Gab. Hello, Valis. Great to see you both. Hope you all are doing well. Oh my gosh, 6-7. Hello, 6-7. Great to see you as well. And thank you so much for 17 whole dang months of subscription. I appreciate that very much. Does that mean the victim's blood type is empty? Maybe? I don't... What's the blood type most likely to murder? I think that's what we need to figure out. I do not know the answer to that. Silver, good to see you. I'm excited to be here for the murdering of a club. Oh, we're going to murder a whole club? Is that what Murder Club is about? Interesting. I like the theory. But I don't know if that's correct. So, I had planned to do a bunch of reviewing of last week's things we learned before stream today. Surprise, I did not have time to do that. I did. Last night, I rewatched some tiny little bits of last week's stream. I intended to go over all of my notes, like fully reread everything I had written down, but I did not have time to do that at all. Oh well. It just means it will be flailing more than I would have otherwise on stream, and I'll probably have to spend more time reading my notes on stream, but hopefully that'll be fun somehow. Val says, if it's your first night at Murder Club, you gotta murder. I think that makes sense. That's only fair, right? 6-7 says, the murder was done with turkey, bacon, lettuce, and tomato on toasted bread cut into triangles. I get it. Okay. Yeah, that does sound like work. Work I didn't have time to do. First thing, the most important thing I have to mention is that last week I made a dumb comment that I think our character JB Harold was supposed to go on vacation to Button Willow, which sounds so ridiculous, right? And I made a dumb comment that would sound like, you know, a place name somebody that's not really that familiar with American place names made up. Well, joke's on me. It's a real place in California. So I apologize for my comment and for me being the one who is not familiar enough with American place names. French toast, please. Hello. How unusual to see you here at the beginning of stream, but it is great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Also, I'm confused by your comment, legs. Please explain. Okay, so, Unsecret Crush, I missed your comments. Which blood type is the most criminal? Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out here. There's legs? Oh, over there. Yeah, I get it. Okay, right. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, there are legs. Okay, so first thing I wanted to do was to, just for my own curiosity, count how many suspects we have total to see how many we're missing so far. This is one of the things I absolutely meant to do off stream because it's not interesting at all. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Okay, so we have 29 total suspects. And there's very few that are missing at this point. So now I'll go through and count them. So we've met Doug Carson, David Ross, Matthew Gaffney. This guy we haven't met yet. Kind of looks like he's got some kind of scientist or doctor coat on. that's 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy's interesting. I can't figure out what he's wearing. It looks unusual. Was that 6? I lost count. 7? I think that's right. Okay, so we're missing 7 people. If we find out Sheila's blood type, we'll have our answer. Ooh. Do you want me to scrunch up some poster board and string? I don't think that's necessary yet. Maybe it will be eventually. Thank you for offering. French Toast Please says, whispers to others. I was hoping you'd talk about the, legs. I mean, I don't know that we have much to talk about with the legs so far. We don't even know whose legs those are. Are those murdering legs? Could be. Maybe? Now that we're talking about it, I kind of wonder if they might be. So I'm trying to recall some things we figured out last week. I think one of the things we figured out was that our best suspect was what was her name? The wife, Janet, I think. And the theory was that she found out about some of the terrible things her husband had done, and Sarah Shields, piano player, what was the murdered guy's name? Bill something. Piano player that Bill would go and talk to at the Hungry Fisherman restaurant. She seemed to think that Janet was, quote, capable of anything. But beyond like some little things like that, there, wasn't a ton to suspect her of. And then we caught someone in a lie. Doug Carson. This guy right here. So he had previously said that he was home all night on the night of the murder. But Joe C. Saw him around 10 and he was in a hurry. So then we went back and talked to Doug Carson again, and he said that he went to meet someone and that he had simply forgotten to tell us that or something. So that's super fishy. I do kind of feel like there are maybe multiple people that were in on the murder, but it's hard to say at this point. That's just kind of a guess. But I feel like maybe Doug Carson wasn't necessarily the murderer, but maybe he did something to, try to help cover it up or, hide evidence or something like that. I think today, where we start off, we need to go back and talk to people we've already talked to. There are some new questions that I think we can ask people that we didn't have initially. And that's kind of the only thing I can think of to do. There's been suggestion that there's going to be multiple days. Like we were told to talk to the secretary about Bill's work stuff, but she's not in today. I feel like there was maybe something else that came up that we might need to do on the next day. So I don't really know how to make time pass, but I'm guessing, once we have done some particular thing, then time will pass. I have so much leg chat to catch up on here. Just a moment, please. So many people, and I remember absolutely no one's name. Yeah, there's a lot to keep track of, but at least we have all our notes. Bill Murdered Guy. Yeah, that's his name. Seriously, though, what was it? Robbins. Yeah. Bill Robbins. That's the guy. Okay, so let's do it. Unfortunately, that means that's all the music for today. I thought about music some more, and I feel like if I had a good, appropriately themed playlist, I would play that. But I don't want to play just random music during a serious narrative game. So we'll just have to enjoy the game in silence until we are blessed with another bit of music at some point, which probably won't happen until the end, if ever. 6-7 says you need to Columbo them down until they slip up in their practice story. It's actually one of the reasons the crazy games now have super extreme character designs so you can keep track of them mentally. Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, like the Phoenix Wright games, like, you know, they give everyone like a very goofy design and name and personality, which I think is honestly a really good way to do it. Chrono's Bequest or Dagger of Amon-Ra music might be fitting. Yeah, that would have been great if I thought about that in advance, huh? Got to recognize them from the silhouettes, 100%. I do think like they're reasonably, you know, recognizable and distinct names. They're just like, if they went even more drastically cartoony with them, it'd be even easier to keep track of them all. But also there's just such a huge number. Okay, we need to load game, first of all. Ooh, I think it's just 3. So I do remember I made a save 3 at the end of last week's stream, and then I made a save 4. I don't remember exactly what point I saved those at, but I remember distinctly thinking that we wanted to go back to 3. So hopefully this is right. Wait. What? Excuse me? I'm so confused. This is not where we left off. Who is this guy? This is like the Office. This is the Office menu on the right. But who is this guy? Did we make time pass by... Someone please explain. Let's, just out of curiosity, let's load a different file. Let's load 2. Okay. Fascinating. Huh. Okay, so whoever this is saying, hey, Harold, do you intend to spend the rest of your life working on this case? Hurry up, will you? We're busy here. We got a lot of things to do, in case you haven't noticed. So I think, like, I think they're just changing up that scene, which is fine. I'm so thrown off by it, and I'm trying to understand if this is like communicating that it's a different day now or not. Just accuse someone. Is this your first time loading a game? Yeah, like maybe this is just what happens when you load the game. That certainly seems to be the case. And maybe it doesn't mean anything. Yeah. But I think it's fine. I have no reason to assume this isn't, in fact, our actual save file. So we'll just, go around questioning people, and hopefully it will all seem as expected. Ms. Roy, great to see you. Thank you so much for the subscription for 6 whole months. I appreciate all of your support. Is this Manhunter 0? We haven't seen any orbs yet, but maybe. Also, I don't think I was going to say I don't think we're in San Francisco, but then I was, wait, they're not all in San Francisco, Mike. Okay. We are in Liberty City, which I feel like we learned where that was at some point, but the game I don't think has told us yet. Okay, so here's the tricky part. I don't know. It's kind of hard to keep track of at this point who we didn't ask all the questions we have available to us now. But I'm pretty sure I started at the top of the list. So we'll just kind of go through our locations in order again and check them all out and see what happens. Hopefully it will feel productive. And if it starts to feel like we're wasting a lot of time, then we'll think about, maybe there's a different approach we can take. I also want to make sure to look around at every location again, because we were told that after we do certain things in the game, like looking around areas might reveal new information. We also still haven't found a single piece of evidence so far, which troubles me. That's probably fine. I think I've been pretty thorough about searching every area. It seems weird that we haven't found a single tiny thing yet. It's a setting of GTA 3. Ah, yes, of course. Unsecret Crush says, I want to say the documentary about Rika Suzuki said it was near Memphis. Thank you. Who needs mysteries? Just San Fran walking sim. Absolutely. Let's go inside. An employee comes out and asks, how can I help you? Let's look around here. Just employees going about their business. Let's talk. If it's about the deceased CEO, you should ask the president. He's in the back room. Please step this way. Okay, so here is this guy again. Remind me of your name, sir. I have nothing else to tell the police. We have to ask his name. Edward Robbins. Okay, so this is the father of Bill Robbins, who was murdered. And here's his sheet. So he is the president of Robbins Trading Company, where we're currently at. His hobbies are pilot and work. He was born here in Liberty City. He is, I think, the one person we talked to who did not know his blood type. Don't remember. It rarely comes up in conversation. I can certainly relate to not knowing what your blood type is offhand, but in the context of this game, it feels a little weird. Just because, absolutely everyone knows what their blood type is. Bold color scheme. Yes, this is the EGA DOS version of the game, and the colors are very striking EGA palettes. I love how they take a solid color for each scene, or at least each indoor scene, I would say. The rare guilty blood type, of course. So if we go to this ask for information section, this section has been kind of gradually filling out with some different stuff. So we always had alibi, and we always had something else, but some of these other ones are new, like Red Tie Club. Well, I forgot. It's hard to remember that sort of thing. Sure. How's your company doing? The Robbins Trading Company is a thriving business. Its financial situation is better than stable. Wow. How's your marriage? My wife Helen died of cancer about 20 years ago. Oh, right. So my apologies, sir. We should make a note of that. It's actually mentioned in Bill's coroner report, but I want to put it in here just in case that's relevant in any way. Wife Helen died of cancer 20 years ago. Okay. Something else. No, nothing. Please catch whoever did it. President glares at you as I look around his office. Okay. So this menu has also expanded a bit. And this one is the real bummer because I do not want to go through this all again. And I honestly cannot remember who's been added. I'm just going to kind of... Oh, I asked him about himself. I'm just going to kind of go through real quick and see if any of the answers stand out as being new. I probably won't do this for everyone, but this guy is kind of seems like a kind of a big character, so. Michael Carson. He's weak and certainly no great businessman, but he seems to be good to Kate. Joe Carrington. He's an odd fellow. Haven't talked to him much since Bill's wedding. Janet. I'm sure we asked about her already, but let's see what he says. Janet is still young. She has yet to get over Bill's death and start a new... She has to get over Bill's death and start a new life for herself. Dave Carrington. Don't know him well. Oh, right. I think Dave Carrington is another character that was interesting because... Let me double check that I have the right guy here. The guy I'm thinking of is a student at Arlington College where the body was found. Okay, there's Joe Carrington, who I think is Dave's dad. Okay, here's Dave. So Dave is involved in the school psych club. And they study criminal behavior. So this could perhaps be our titular murder club. His hobbies are, quote, lots of things. His alibi is that he was out with friends and got home late, which doesn't really tell us much. He hated Bill, which is interesting. There's information about him. Like, the way I've been keeping track of information is if one character tells us something about a different character, I make a note of that on the sheet for the character that told us, which I think is the best way to keep information straight, especially since, information we get isn't necessarily always going to be accurate. Sometimes, we could be writing down something that's a lie. So I think it's important to keep track of who gave us that information. But like now, if I want to remember something that somebody else told us about Dave Carrington, it's like, oh gosh, where is that? But I remember someone told us that Dave, when the body was found, was kind of loitering around and, seemed interested, which makes sense given the fact that he's in this school psych club that studies criminal behavior. But it's still kind of interesting. Puzzle, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I think someone last week made a Sleeve McDykel joke, but if all the names were like that, I bet we could remember them all better. Perhaps. This is why double entry bookkeeping exists. Oh gosh. I don't want to complicate things further though. Okay, so... Don't know Dave well. Stephen Beckert. He's a family doctor and also a friend. Barbara. Ever since my wife Helen died, she's been keeping house for me. Shelley. She's taking the day off. I think that's Bill's secretary. Ken. Don't know him. Sarah. Who's that? Russell. Thorpe and I have been friends since we were boys. Brian Ayler. He's an interesting guy. He's an author. Seems like kind of a jerk, but I can't figure out what he has to do with anything. Just another lousy writer who can't sell any books. I think his work is a bad influence on the younger generation. And good old Glenn Axworthy. Never met him. Okay. So I guess we're done here. Shoot. We had this bring in person. Okay. I'm guessing that's there because if the secretary was in the office, then we could talk to her. Okay. I think we're just going to go through these all in order. Well, maybe not. We'll go to the Hungry Fisherman because that was like one of the first places we went to. And we definitely want to go back there. Oh, right. Dave Carrington wrote a research paper on the perfect crime. I'm pretty sure that was Dave. That fits with, his interests and stuff. Thank you for reminding me of that. Forgot there was literally a guy named Axworthy when I made my Bill murdered guy joke. Yeah. Across the road from the cafe is the Liberty River. Interesting that that's pointed out. Like, we can't go there or anything, as far as I can tell. Let's go inside. Oh, it's you, Inspector. Anything I can do for you? The owner asks as he comes out of the back room. Let's look around. Cafe is dark and quiet. It looks closed. You have something else to ask me? No, I just wanted to say hello. Goodbye. Is it just one murder, or have there been multiple? Okay, yes, we should do a tiny bit of recap. Thank you for asking that. So there has only been one murder. I'm probably going to need to mention this shortly, which reminded me to hit my content warning button here. There is an unsolved rape case that seems to be a fairly prominent part of the story. So just want to give y'all a heads up on that in case that's an uncomfortable topic. As far as I can tell, it's just kind of discussed occasionally. Like, I'm not expecting anything like graphic or anything like that, but just want to let you know. So the guy that was murdered is Bill Robbins, 34 years old, blood type AB, 6'2", 173 pounds. He was stabbed in the back. His body was found in a car in front of the gates of Arlington College. This, for some reason, doesn't mention that he was in a car, but we did figure that out eventually. Also, it seemed like the body had been put in that car, like he wasn't murdered there. There was a mention at some point of another vehicle pulling up, and there weren't multiple people seen or anything, but given the height and weight of Bill Robbins, it was assumed that it would take multiple people to, move him out of one vehicle and into another. So Bill Robbins left work at around 8 p.m. on the night of the murder. At around 10 p.m., he arrived at the Hungry Fisherman, which is where we are now. His whereabouts in that 2-hour span between are currently unknown. Hungry Fisherman is a pub he frequented. So he spent some time here sipping a bourbon and talking to the piano player, Sarah Shields. According to the owner, Ken Scott, who we're talking to right now, Robbins left at around 11:30 p.m. On his way out, he ran into... Oh, right. That's how Brian Ayler is involved. He ran into Brian Ayler, who is another regular customer here. And they got into a heated argument. It is unknown what that argument is about, as I recall. And then sometime later, at approximately 1 a.m., Bill's body was found, again, at Arlington College. So what happened to him between the time he was last seen outside the pub and when his body was found is also unknown. And then there's lots of little bits of information we've gotten that I feel like are probably relevant, but at this point we don't really know how they are relevant yet. There were multiple things that were presented to us by way of the like evidence library at the police station. And one of those was a document about the rape case, which involves Sarah Shields. And it seems like that has to be relevant in some way. But we don't know how yet. There were also documents about, a stolen wristwatch, which I believe that was the one that was later found. Yeah. That was missing at a hotel, but then later found. So that's not a concern anymore. There was also a stolen car, a white Ford. that we haven't learned very much about yet, but I feel like must be involved in the case somehow. And then there was also a knife stolen from the local convenience store, which I feel like there's pretty good odds that was the murder weapon, right? I was wondering if the murder club was a strangers on a train situation. Yeah, we don't really understand what murder club is at this point. My best guess is it's this psych club that has a particular interest in homicides. So it's just like people who are interested in like learning about murders and not actually doing murders themselves. But who knows? The back of the box did say that the answer to that would surprise us, I believe. Restaurants are my favorite place for a public argument. Yes, it's a classic. Oh no, my mouse is in the thing again. I don't like that. It's not good. So there are podcasts. Exactly. Okay. Let's ask. Let's see. Ken Scott. So he's right here. He's the owner of the Hungry Fisherman for 10 years. Hobbies are fishing. He was at the restaurant until 2 a.m. and then went straight home. So he was still at the restaurant during the time of the murder. He saw Brian in front of the restaurant while closing up. And then Brian left around midnight. Okay, so let's ask him about our new options here. Doesn't know anything about the Red Tie Club. I think we asked him about the assault, but let's review what he said about that. It happened. Sarah doesn't like to talk about it, so please don't bring it up unless you absolutely have to. And this is the thing, like we haven't asked her about it yet because at this point, we have no reason to believe it's relevant other than the fact that the game has given us this information, which makes it seem like it must be relevant. But I do a little bit wonder if we're expected to ask her about it at this point. Oops. Marriage. We're just a regular married couple. Well, that's nice. Automobile. My car, you say? I don't have one. My wife always picks me up after the restaurant closes. Her car is yellow. Okay. It is interesting, like, some of these questions we can only ask of certain people. Like, I wasn't able to ask Edward about his car. But other people will tell us, you know, what kind of car they drive, what color it is, which seems useful and, you know, might help us figure out where this white Ford fits in. Regular marriage is a front. Ooh. Okay, so no car. Wife's is yellow. Is the Red Tie Club who you were saying is interested in studying murder, or was that someone else? Wasn't there also mention of a club that was almost called the Red Rum Club? Yes, but they decided to be the Red Tie Club instead. Yeah, that's another note. Actually, I should look for that because that seems pretty interesting. I don't remember who told us about that, so it'll take me a minute to flip through everything here. Oh, okay. So not the thing I was looking for, but Peter Ledoux, who is the security guard that found the body, heard a car screeching off around when he found the body. He didn't get a good look at that car, but he thought it was blue. So that's another thing to look out for. If someone mentions a blue car at any point, that might be worth considering. And he did mention that the body was found in the car. Oh, and right. Dave Carrington was hanging around after the murder, researching a paper. Remember when I spent like 5 to 10 minutes confused about twins until I realized that twins aren't always identical? That was funny. Kate Carson. Oh, right. Kate Carson was at home during the time of the murder and heard someone leave around 10:30. So that would have been Doug Carson, who we eventually caught on his lie. Gosh, where is this? I must be getting close. Okay, here, I finally found it. Judy Carson told us about Red Tie Club. Was formed by mystery novel fanatics when she was young. Which is about all we know about it at this point, I believe. Shoot. Maybe we should go back and ask her about that again. Culinary, good to see you. Unseen Crush said, absolutely unrelated to murder or clubs, but I just had a great idea. Ginger ale float. It was a pretty good idea. It was a thing I've considered. Okay. Something else. Saw Brian in front of the restaurant. Kind of surprised. I wonder what he's doing there so late. Okay. Let's bring in... Well, let's check this real quick. Ask about others. Let's bring in Sarah Shields. Marriage. No, I'm not planning to get married right now. What business of it is yours? Let's ask her what her blood type is. I'm curious if she'll give us the same answer. She said something like, my blood type is B. Well, today at least. Okay. Today it's type B, but who knows what it'll be tomorrow. That's the same thing she said before. What kind of car do you have? I drive a white Mustang. Oh, do you? A white Ford Mustang? What year is that? I really need to figure out a way to organize all these sheets of paper. I've been trying to think of it, but I don't know how to simplify it. Drives a white Ford Mustang. Although I guess like if that's her car and it hasn't been stolen, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. At this point, the white Ford has not been tied with any crime as far as I know. I've already made this idea reality. Congratulations. Yeah, Verner's float is a very popular Michigan concoction. It does go very well with a float. This is Sarah Shields. She is a piano player. She is the person who was assaulted in the past. When was that? I'm really struggling with whether to ask her about that. Another thing, one big thing I don't really know about this game is if it's possible to kind of screw up with your questions. Like if I say something at the wrong time to someone, is it possible they could, start to distrust me and not give me information I need at a later time? I feel like the manual kind of suggested that, but so far nothing has really come up in the game that has made me think that is a concern. I mean, we do have saves. She seems really into the dying days of New Wave. I really like, she's got a great look. Nice jacket. Um, heck, I don't think I'm going to do it yet, but we may come back. We may come back and do that if it seems like we're struggling for how to progress things. Can we ask about anyone else? Let's ask about Brian. He's always putting on an act. That's probably why he gets upset whenever somebody upstages him. I hate him. The night the murder took place, he was here, trying to pick a fight with Bill Robbins. I think he mentioned that he lives uptown. I would say only ask when it's super relevant. Yeah, that's been my thought as well. It's just that at this point, like, I'm a little bit struggling for how to progress in the game, so it's making me wonder if, maybe I should, do anything I could do that I haven't already done, basically. And that's like one of the few things I can think of. Something else. Heard Bill mumble Liberty something or other. Maybe it was referring to the bank. But then again, they say in the manual that it might only get one chance to ask a question. They do say that, don't they? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. The Lee Cosmetics Company, I think we skipped an opportunity to ask about how business was going there. And we had gotten a little inside tip that business was not going well. So let's go back and do that and see what he says. Smell of cheap cologne hangs in the air. Sorry, the boss isn't here, but maybe the general manager can help you. Please step this way. Oh, right. So that's the other person I was thinking of who we couldn't talk to today. Don't remember offhand who the boss is. You're shown into a large office. Hello. Do you still have questions? I do. Tell me how your company's doing. Business? I don't know exactly, but I guess it's going okay. Okay, maybe we did actually ask that. But if we ask the boss, that might be a little more interesting. GameSpot described this game as, quote, one of the most difficult games ever made. Yes, I have gotten the impression it is pretty challenging. But here we are. We'll see how I do. Let's ask him about the Red Tie Club. I don't know. I think my mother knows more about it. Okay. So this is, excuse me, who are you? Michael Carson. Oh, I think his mother is actually who told us about it. Judy. Yeah. Okay. Heck. I thought we had a lead on some info, but no. But that is a fair point. Like, the people that might know something about that are going to be older. So like parents. The real Dark Souls starts here. Liberty Drinking Club. It's a drinking club. Bill used to be president. We were going to call it the Red Rum Club. Okay, thank you. But we didn't want people to confuse it with the old Red Tie Club. And it's funny because, red rum, murder backwards. Is that a thing? Like, are we supposed to notice that and think, oh, Or is that just the game being kind of funny? I don't know. Red Rum Club. Yeah, that was the deal with the Red Rum Club. Oh, right. This was another thing. So if we ask him about the assault, he says it was a terrible case. Speaking of which, Bill once told me he knew who did it. He was really strange about it. He wouldn't say anything else and sort of laughed it off. I didn't take him seriously. I strongly suspect. Well, wait. I was gonna say I strongly suspect Bill of that assault, but Sarah seems to like him. I mean, that's not an impossible combination of things, but it does make it seem unlikely. Um, Although I guess it's possible she doesn't know who did it. Um, but yeah, this comment is definitely concerning. Like if he knows and he's friends with Sarah, that's fucked up that he would be hiding that information. You think Bill got murdered so he wouldn't tell? Honestly, my thinking was more along the lines of someone found out he did it and murdered him because of that. But that is certainly a possibility as well. What if he joked about it to the wrong person and it took revenge? Yeah. But yeah, whether he was involved with that or just, maybe he knew who did it and they told him about it or he found out somehow, like something like that has to have happened. Kind of can't know until you ask her, I guess. Yeah, that is maybe a valid reason to ask her about it. Like, I do feel like this comment alone makes it seem like that could be extremely relevant to the case. So maybe we should just ask Sarah and see what we learn. Adventure Josh, hello, good to see you. Murder Club sounds like a pretty grisly hobby. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? We still don't know what Murder Club is, though. Exactly. We don't know if they do murders or simply study them. Criminals tend to treat these secrets as something they really want to tell people about, but no, they shouldn't. Yeah. First rule of Murder Club is to have fun. I feel like we've had multiple conflicting first rules of Murder Club now. Grim factoid, but most men who commit sexual assault assume all men do. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Okay. Marriage. Everything is going just fine with Kate, thank you. Marrying her was the smartest thing I ever did. Automobile. A white Mercedes. Just wondering. We're just getting a list of everyone's cars. Don't worry about it. That's why dudes who are cool should say stuff to their dude friends who make misogynistic comments. Yes, absolutely. Adventure Josh says, pushing back often stops things before they get bad. Yeah. French Toast Bleed says, makes sense though, Unsecret Crush. I think nobody thinks that they are really that bad, so they normalize any truly despicable behaviors. I assume that's what you meant to say. Enough depressing talk. Let's investigate murder. Yeah, okay. Company status. Yeah, we already did that. Okay. No one else to bring in right now. Do we look around? We just get strange looks for looking around. Okay. All right. So I don't know if y'all are convinced, but I feel like we should ask Sarah about the assault. Well, I'm going to save first. No need to analyze. Just in case I feel like I immediately regret it, I might want to back up. Like if it seems like we've made possibly a mistake that we won't be able to recover from, I really don't know if there's that kind of concern in this game. But again, the manual certainly suggests there is, so I'm inclined to believe it. Okay. I try not to think about it. It happened a long time ago, and I would rather not discuss it. Thank you. So that got us nothing. I'm inclined to reload the save just in case asking about it was a mistake. I asked about Bill Robbins. His murder goes to show that you can't predict anyone's fate. The night he was killed, he came here alone, but he often came with a woman with long blonde hair. I forgot about that. We haven't figured out who that is yet. UI reminds me a bit of Carmen Sandiego. Yeah. And it's interesting, like the gameplay seems like a much more involved version of that. Okay. Yeah, let's go. I'm going to go reload. What to do? Okay. I happen to remember a thing I noticed in the manual, which is that you can plus any time to see the evidence that you have so far. You must turn in the evidence. Press enter to continue. That's interesting. But we don't have any yet, right? That's such a weird message. As far as I know, we don't have any evidence yet. Okay, yeah, we don't have any. Harold, you can talk all you want, but you haven't shown me anything concrete. So there's lots of things we can do in this game that we have not gotten to yet. If we get a warrant, we can search a place. We can get a warrant to bring someone in for questioning. If we have evidence, we can take it to the crime lab and have it analyzed. All stuff like that we don't have enough evidence to do any of that yet. I think the one thing we tried at the end of last stream is to see if we could get a warrant to bring was it Doug Carson in for questioning, because we caught him in a lie, but that wasn't enough, which I kind of figured. Came out 3 years after Carmen Sandiego? Really? It was originally 86. Sorry, I'm curious. I'm looking up. 85. Okay, it was the original. Fascinating. That's very interesting. Thank you for the loon. Yeah, the DOS version of this was 89.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks. French toast, please. Okay. Back to investigating, I guess. This is tough. This is already pretty tough. I think I'm going to go back to going through the whole list and, going around and asking everyone these questions we've unlocked. I feel like that's our best bet. Red Tie Club. What? I haven't the faintest idea. Marriage. Martha's my second wife. My first wife died of heart disease. The children are Martha's by her first husband. That's not a problem. I love them like my own. Automobile. I don't drive. Okay. That's worth writing down. This is Joe Carrington. Doesn't drive. It's interesting. Like, there have been multiple people that don't drive, which seems a little weird in America. Like, most people drive. Company status. It's going fairly well, thank you. Something else. Now that you mention it, yes, I did see Mr. Carson when I was leaving work that day. He was in a big hurry. Okay, so he's the one that told us that. If they live in New York City or California, that's pretty normal. Yeah, I suppose that's true. I feel like Liberty City has not been presented as that big of a city to me. So it seems a little unlikely, but I have a friend on the West Coast who just got their first license at 32. So we went through all that. I probably should have kept track of who we unlocked in this list. Let's ask him about Dave. He's at a difficult age. Still, I think we have a good relationship. He tells me everything. Oops. I meant to look around. No one else working. Hotel. All windows. Welcome to the Hotel Grand. What can we do for you? Asked the manager. You're impressed with the luxurious surroundings. Okay, so this is Matthew Gaffney. Let's ask about the Red Tie Club. Well, the Red Tie Club? I've heard that name somewhere, but I can't quite remember. Interesting. I'm going to make a note of that. That seems like something we might want to come back to. Red Tie Club is familiar. Sounds familiar. Sarah Shields stopped working here soon after the assault happened. That seems like new information. I don't think we ever knew that she used to work at the hotel. Watch. When our guest reported a missing watch, it was thankfully a false alarm. We were able to find it ourselves. So I think that's just like a little bit of a distraction, not anything important. Probably. It's probably unrelated, but the night of the murder, one of our guests stayed out past 2 a.m. A nervous man. His name is Glenn Axworthy. Okay. Finally, a reminder of who the hell is Glenn Axworthy and why is he relevant? We should be asking absolutely everyone about Glenn Axworthy. I feel like someone must know him. And if we can find someone that knows him, then we might be able to figure out, where he lives so we can go talk to him. He's been staying here for the past 3 weeks. Oh, so he's still staying at the hotel. Okay. Let's see. I need to do a better job of updating my main notes book here with things that we need to follow up on. So we currently have asked the secretary about Bill's work, but she has the day off. We found 2 new cars outside Robin's company. Michael Carson says mother may know about Red Tie Club. We followed up on that and got that info. Glenn Axworthy. So I already forgot. Oh, just that he was out past 2 a.m. in a nervous man. Staying at hotel out past 2 a.m. Nervous man. Okay. Gotta find him before he gets axed. Okay. I can't think of anything else to ask him. Okay, so I'm gonna start over and I'm gonna go ask everyone about Glenn Axworthy. Never met him. We were just at real estate. Don't know him. You don't really think I can remember every single customer who comes into this place? And how do I know if anyone is telling me his real name anyway? That's fair. I mean, I'm just asking questions. Don't worry about it. Oh, wait, we were just at the hotel, not the real estate. My mistake. Don't know him, never met him. Okay, whoops. Okay, cosmetics company. Who? Some of the menus loop around and some of them don't. It's a little... I wish it was consistent. Movie theater. Don't recognize the name. Okay. Marriage. Is that an offer? Yeah, forgot about that. Automobile. Don't have a car. No car. Only thing I want to add is you're really cute. Thanks. Okay. Wait, did I search in there? Only a few customers in the shabby theater. Liberty Bank. Nothing out of the ordinary. Several people inside the bank. Bank president appears annoyed by your sudden visit. Do you know Glenn Axworthy? Don't know him. Red Tie Club. Huh. He says, no, I don't know, but what, sir? Can you please finish that sentence? Who is this guy? I wish it would show you their name, at least once you've found out their name. William Neighbor. Okay. So Red Tie Club. What was that again? I don't know, but... What? It's frustrating that we can't follow up on a comment like that. There's literally no way to do it. Liberty Bank is on sound financial footing. The risk of being indiscreet, the Lee Cosmetic Company is in dire financial straits. I've heard that Mr. Carson has turned to some questionable sources for monetary support. Oh, right. So Mr. Carson, Doug Carson, is the owner of Lee Cosmetics. And he's the one that we caught in a lie. So he was sneaking out of his own house at 10:30 p.m. the night of the murder. And he's in a difficult financial position. He's been doing questionable things. French Toast Please says, Mr. Spacer, I'm going to try and get some sleep as I've been feeling sick since Monday. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Have the game finished and on my desk by tomorrow morning while I lurk. I'll do my best. That probably won't happen, but I will try. I hope you feel better, and I hope you get some good rest. Thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good night. Okay. So that's... Doug is increasingly suspicious. But is he murder suspicious or just regular? That's the real question. Like, I kind of wonder if maybe like he... Like, going back to the theory that, you know, someone found out that Bill knew about the assault and that was why he was killed, for knowing about it. You know, maybe maybe Doug was, you know, forced into, you know, doing some sort of cover up with that, or maybe even doing the murder himself, because of his financial situation and the questionable sources he was turning to. I don't know. B, hello. Welcome to the chat. It's great to see you. Hope you're having a nice evening. I mean, that's very, very speculative, but as for information, Red Tie Club, don't know, but what? Okay, so we're going through all that. Do we ask about Glenn yet? Don't know him. Okay. Okay, so that's all those locations. Bill Robbins' house. It's clearly an expensive house. Is there something else I can do for you? Drinking club. It's a drinking club, sure. Normal stuff. First I've heard of the assault. Marriage. There's someone I'm interested in, but we've heard multiple times from multiple people that Fred here is interested in someone. And that doesn't seem like it should be anything relevant, but it's interesting that it's come up so much. And it's always been very vague. Like, I don't think we've gotten any, like, scrap of information about the appearance of this person or what their name might be or anything like that. Which I guess, just like in the context of a video game, like that sounds like something we need to figure out at some point, but who knows? So this is the brother of Janet Robbins, the wife of Bill, who was murdered. So brother-in-law. Wait, no. Wait. No, excuse me. Brother of Bill and brother-in-law of Janet. My mistake. Let's ask about Glenn. Never heard that name. Automobile? A red Ford. Okay. Red Ford. Knife. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what knife is. I have nothing to tell you. I hadn't talked to Bill in a while. Okay. Is there anyone else we can bring in here? Oh, it's interesting that we can't look around here. Maybe it's because it's a private residence? Like, we do have a show warrant option. Like, this is Bill's house, right? So it seems like at some point we're gonna need to get a warrant to search this place. But at this point we don't have any reason to do that, I don't think. Although, like, now that I'm saying that, I wonder, like, should I just try? Is there harm in trying? I don't know. Oops, didn't mean to do that. You're staying in front of the Carson's house. The lawn is lovingly maintained. Say hello. What else can I do for you? We've also heard about this Amoenus Club, which I don't know if it's anything of interest, but it's come up a bunch. It's a local women's group that my mother-in-law organized. We raise money for charity. Marriage. What kind of a question is that? Yes, I'm glad I married Michael. I certainly don't regret it. Why are you so defensive about that? Well, there is something. The night Bill was murdered, I just heard someone leave the house. I think it was around 10:30. Couldn't help but notice it. Do you know Glenn Axworthy? Don't know him. So this is Kate. Let's talk to Judy next. Red Tie Club. Yes, I think it was a club formed by mystery novel fanatics years ago when I was young. Amoenus Club. It's a local women's charity organization. I'm the president. Marriage. My husband used to work for my father. That's how we met. Something else. Probably beside the point, but I wasn't feeling well the night of the murder. So I called Dr. Beckert's office, but nobody answered. Nobody was at his house either. Oh gosh, Silver. Silver says it's 9 p.m. It's 106 degrees outside. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. So you drove to your doctor's house? I mean, it's not really made clear, but my interpretation of this statement is that she called both his office and his house trying to get a hold of him, and he wasn't at either location. Or at least there was no answer, so she's assuming that means he wasn't there. But it's interesting either way. Did we ask about Glenn already? Don't know. Okay. Let's bring in Doug. Doug. Do you know Glenn Axworthy? Don't know him. Red Tie Club. What's that? Marriage. I suppose someone's already told you that I married into money. The Lee Cosmetics Company was founded by my wife's father. Wife's father. Okay. But I think he's currently the president. Okay. So I don't think I asked him about his company's status before. He says, I'm telling you, it's just a matter of time before we get out of this slump. I'll write that down. Um, I feel like his optimism there is kind of suggesting that he's doing something shady to get out of the slump. Um, but there's not really any great evidence to confirm that. Drive a black BMW. Slat Studio, hello. Not sure who that guy is, but he looks more than suspicious. I mean, he definitely is suspicious. He is the one person so far that we've caught in a lie. He previously said that he was home all night the night of the murder. Someone said they saw him at 10:30 p.m. in a hurry. So we came back and talked to him again. And he was like, oh, yeah, I had to meet a guy. I forgot about that. Let's ask him about the alibi. I did go out that night. I guess I forgot. I had promised to meet someone. Who was I supposed to meet? Well, I wonder if we should go through our whole list of people. Just because... Who was he supposed to meet? That statement makes me think if we asked him about the person, then he would, reveal some more information, perhaps. But I don't know who that would be. Oh, I asked him about himself. Man, I shouldn't say this because she's my wife, but she's a busybody and a gossip. Jeez, dude. Michael. Maybe because his mother spoiled him, but he has no motivation. It would make me happy if he just got his act together. Joe, never talked to him. Janet, don't know Janet well. Dave, we asked about. Stephen. People say that he's a very good doctor. Oh, I should ask Judy about Stephen Beckert. I didn't do that, did I? Barbara Davis. Have trouble dealing with her. I never know what to say. Huh. Seems odd. Shelley. Used to be Bill's secretary. They were always together. Yeah, that statement I think is the one big thing that made me think maybe Bill's secretary is the woman with long blonde hair who he's often seen with at the pub. Ambrosine, thank you very much for your 2 months of support. I appreciate all your support greatly, and it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's see. Shelley, Ken Scott, don't know him. Sarah Shields, don't know her. Russell Thorpe. Okay. I was just about to say I can't remember who Russell Thorpe is, but he helpfully reminded me. The owner of the Gaslight movie theater. He's a very good businessman. I think Brian Ayler we already asked about. Yeah, never met him. Okay. Let's bring Judy back in and ask her about the doctor. Stephen Beckert. That doctor, he's one of a kind, always ready to lend a helping hand. You know, he took in the daughter of a friend of his who died. Just the always ready to lend a helping hand makes you think maybe even in a murder situation. Like it's a stretch, but I don't know. I feel like there might be something there. Just the fact that he was nowhere to be found the night of the murder. Um, all right. Well, didn't really get much. Lyric store. Red Tie Club. Ah, mystery novel fanatics, wasn't it? They wore red ties to their meetings for no reason I could figure out. Yes, it must have been 20 years ago. Okay. The Red Tie Club. I do kind of wonder if, like, is it possible that the Red Tie Club is the murder club? And maybe the whole red rum thing is just a little bit of wink wink to help us, start thinking in that direction. Okay, Red Tie Club. Wore red ties to meetings 20 years ago. Mystery novel fanatics. Oops. What else do we have here? Car. Brown station wagon. Knife. All right, this is where the knife was taken from. Yes, it disappeared 2 or 3 days before the murder, and when I heard that Bill Robbins was stabbed, I got real worried. Nothing out of the ordinary. Oops. Kind of man who wouldn't think twice about hurting others if he could profit from it, he says of Bill Robbins. Interesting. Doesn't know Glenn Agsworthy. What's your alibi again? Oh, right. He was at the store until 8. Did some scrubbing up. Was home by 9. Edward Robbins' house. You're standing in front of Edward Robbins' mansion. You guess that 20 people could live there comfortably. So huge. Who is it? What do you want? Asks a middle-aged woman before opening the door. Don't just stand there smoking that stinking cigarette. Go out and find the murderer, she says. To ask about the Red Tie Club. Can't help you. Interesting. I asked about the assault, and she says, the Robbins family had absolutely nothing to do with that incident. Which is notable in that it's not like... It's a little defensive, right? Like, it's not like, oh, I've never heard of that, or, I don't know anything about it. It's a very specific response. Marriage. I had a husband and a child and a wonderful life, and I lost it all in one car wreck. But that was years ago. I've worked for the Robbins family since Helen Robbins died. Okay. Do we ask about Glenn yet? Aha. I believe that someone with that name came here to see Mr. Robbins. Previously, what we knew about Glenn was that he was staying at the hotel, still is, as far as we know, for the past 3 weeks. He was out past 2 a.m. the night of the murder, and he's a nervous man. I'm going to write this down in 2 places. Went to... Which Mr. Robbins is she referring to? Is my question. I think she must mean, yeah, because Bill's got his own house. Edward Robbins, and I think also Fred Robbins, lives in the house we're in here. So I think we might have caught Edward Robbins in a lie here. I'm pretty sure we already asked Edward if he knew Glenn Axworthy, and I think he said he did not, because this is the first person we've come across that seemed to know anything about him at all. So we definitely want to go back and ask Ed about Glenn Axworthy again. Went to Robbins' house. Let's see. And over here, I want to write the same info. Glenn Axworthy went to see Mr. Robbins. Okay. So we asked about all that already. After the murder, I called Janet. She was sobbing and barely coherent, but she kept insisting everything was okay. It was just awful. This is another really interesting comment. To me, it suggests that Janet knew something. Knew something she's not telling us. It's hard to say what. Mr. Robbins and Freddie were out, but I was home all night. When did they get in? I don't know. I must have been asleep. Getting into trouble is fine if you can get yourself out. I suppose so. So she's saying that Ed and Fred were both out the night of the murder. I just want to check if that matches up with what they told us. Edward Robbins said, went to Russell Thorpe's, home around 11, and then straight to bed. Okay. So I would say that doesn't necessarily conflict with what she's telling us. And then Fred went to a movie at the Gaslight Theater, which interestingly also ended at 11, and then went home. Ask about Ed. You don't see many men like Mr. Robbins these days. I always told the children they were lucky to have such a fine father. Fred. My little Fred is so bright and kind and good. The Robbins Trading Company will be doing even better business once he takes over. You just watch. Yeah, we've heard, I want to say from multiple people, that she's been kind of like a mother to Fred. No one else to bring in. Okay. Let's go back and talk to Ed right now. He's at the company, right? So we want to ask him about Glenn Axworthy. Never met him. How do we call him out on that lie? Well, I mean, it's not necessarily a lie, but it sure seems like it must be. Says he doesn't know Glenn X. Let's go ask Fred about Glenn again. Let's see. So he's at Bill's house. Never heard that name. Hinton. Hinton, thank you so much for your 10 whole dang months of support. I appreciate it very much. Hinton says, Spubby Eve Freef. I agree completely. I hope you're doing good, Hinton. It's great to see you. Fred. Doesn't know Glenn X. Have it in a way. Agreed. Let's see. So we were going through the list before we got distracted there. And we left off at Edward Robin's house. So let's go to Brian Ayler's. It's an attractive neighborhood. Marriage. It's not really something I'm proud of, but my wife ran out on me. With my being an artist, you know, our lifestyles just didn't match. He seems like the kind of guy whose wife would leave him. Wife left him. Not really a lot of detail given. Automobile. I didn't steal my car. Come on. That's very defensive. Hello, Cosmic Void. Great to see you. I'm just gonna write down that he didn't steal his car. Like, I want to know, what question were we asked? Do we ask if his car is stolen? Or is he just bringing that up out of nowhere? I never stabbed anybody. Series of thoughts led me to imagining this guy walking around wearing a shirt that says, I didn't steal my car. Never committed tax fraud. Who told you I have? Same hat, says Hinton. Great. Okay. What else can we ask about? Car, knife. A knife? Yeah, a knife. Did you steal a knife? Maybe? Nothing in particular. What's your alibi? I'm telling you the truth. I was a bit drunk, so I went to bed immediately. I don't know anything about Bill Robbins' murder. I have nothing to say that would be worth your time or mine. Yes, it's true that we talked a couple of times over The Hungry Fisherman, but that's about it. Just talked, huh? Never heard of a knife. We asked about Glenn, right? Don't know him. Maybe we didn't, actually. I want to check what he says about Sarah Shields. I think that Bill Robbins had a thing for her. He always went out of his way to be nice to her. Okay. And for whatever reason, Sarah hates this guy. He seems like he's presented as a very hateable guy, but we don't know exactly why. I feel like Slat Studio. Also, thank you for mentioning Tommy Gun Witches. New game just released by Cosmic Void today. I have not had a chance to look at it yet, but make sure you check out cosmicvoid.itch.io. It looks very cool. Slat Studio said, I started Tommy Gun Witches today. Cosmic Void said, hope you have fun. Slat Studio replied, I was until I got to a room with some really nice music. I just left the game on and went on to write for 30 minutes into the soundtrack. Wonderful. Oh, okay, so we've asked about all that. What's your alibi again? Right, we just asked that. Russell Thorpe. Who was it? I think it was Ed Robbins that said he was meeting with Russell Thorpe. He's another guy we should be asking everybody about, because we can't talk to him. I feel like anyone we have in our list of names who we haven't talked to, we need to ask everyone about. That seems like probably what we need to do in order to find out where to talk to that person, and that seems important. Is there anyone else in the list? I think that's the only other name. So I'm pretty sure we haven't talked to Russell Thorpe. Let me double check. Yeah, Edward Robbins went to Russell Thorpe's the night of the murder, got home around 11. Okay. So many papers. All right. So now that I've realized that, I think I'm going to go back and let's see. That was everyone in this list. So I'm going to go through all these again and ask everyone about Russell Thorpe. Shouldn't take too long. Thorpe and I have been friends since we were boys. Okay. I don't think we ever got that info before. Friends with Thorpe. Since boys. Never had any contact with him. He's a big man in town. He only owns a crummy theater, but apparently he's quite wealthy. Oh, right. The theater owner. Okay. Keep forgetting that. I'm going to... Since we don't know which person this is, I'm going to start just putting notes in my notebook here, just so I have all his info in one place. Theater owner, friend of, oh! So earlier, I noticed that both Ed and Fred were out until 11 p.m. And Ed said he was with Russell Thorpe. Fred said he was at the movies. Which at first I was thinking, oh, they, of course they, if they're making anything up, of course they would have different stories. But actually, maybe they were in the same place. But that seems pretty noteworthy. Like at this point, that doesn't mean a lot. We don't know anything about Russell Thorpe, but it seems interesting. Went to Russell Thorpe's. Let's ask Sarah about Russell. More info. He owns the Gaslight Theater. He's easy to recognize because he always has a big cigar sticking out of his mouth. Hey, wait a minute. I saw Mr. Thorpe near the college when I was going home from work the night of the murder. He might have been coming from the church. Jackpot. Okay. So, a lot to write down here. Thorpe. Big cigar. That should help us figure out which portrait is his, I think. Saw near college where the body was found when I was going home from work the night of the murder. Coming from the church. Okay, so I'm going to write that down in here as well. This would probably be easier if I had a big corkboard. Coming from church. Then I need a corkboard cam and everything. It would be complicated. Okay. Let's prop it up behind you. Sure. But like we'd need, I don't know. Okay. Okay. So, let's see if we can find his portrait. Just out of curiosity. I mean, just because he's always got a cigar doesn't necessarily... It's a little hard to make out, but I think this has got to be our guy. I'm just going to make a note above here. Thorpe. Did you say you want to make out with a cigar guy? No, I didn't. I'm very curious what I did say that made you comment that. I certainly didn't mean to say that. Okay, so let's see. Theater is in the business district? Yeah, let's go back there. No one of importance around. So let's ask her about Russell. Mr. Thorpe is never here. His home? I think he lives near the college. Okay. I feel like things are starting to come together here. I don't know how much, but this is fun. Molly. Thorpe lives near You can just make out. Yeah, okay. I did say that. While we're here, can't remember if we asked her about Glenn Axworthy. Don't recognize the name. Okay. She called him Mr. Thorpe. She is not his daughter, like I thought. Oh, yeah. Her name is Molly Mendel. Like, as far as I can tell, she's just like a random person that works at the movie theater. It's a little bit weird. Like, sometimes there's people at a business that like are not considered suspects. They're just, our person to talk to lead us to someone else. But then there's like her. Like, why is she considered a suspect? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, she's had useful information to give us, I guess, but okay. So lives near the college and was also seen at the church. Okay. I'm going to leave church and college for last. I want to go through this list and ask everybody all the extra questions we brought up. I'm worried I'm going to get distracted if I go straight to those. So I want to finish up this project we were already working on of asking everyone about various things here. Automobile. Still missing. Oh, his car is the one that was stolen? Or it was stolen from here? Let's go back and check that. Library, read information, stolen goods. Okay. So we have a white Ford automobile, 1986 model, reported stolen by the Robbins Trading Company. Location of theft, parking lot of the Robbins Trading Company. Okay, so it was stolen from the parking lot we were just at. Lock must have been broken and the car stolen from the parking lot. Okay. Let's save while we're here. Why not? 5. Yeah, let's analyze our progress. How are we doing? We still have 0 evidence. We're up to 71 general investigation, which is great. 0 interrogation. A whole 19 vital information, which feels pretty good. And total investigation, 23 points. Not bad. Today's investigation time, 1 hour, 38 minutes, 21 seconds. Message from Judd Gregory. Are you stumped? Maybe it would help if you retrace your steps from the beginning. I mean, that's kind of what I've been doing, but thank you for the advice nevertheless. Suburban district. So we were at the parking lot. Let's go back there and finish what we were doing. Something else. Bill Robbins was a cutthroat businessman, made a lot of enemies. In fact, he and the real estate agent had a nasty argument a couple of days before Mr. Robbins was killed. Real estate agent argued with Bill 2 days before murder. I just want to follow up on that. Ask about others. Russell Thorpe. Come on, I told you. I don't know these people. Don't know Glenn Axworthy either. Okay. Look around. It's an enormous lot. I chose leave this place, and the game says you're already there. You have already left this place. Doesn't seem to be a busy day at the lot. Okay, cemetery. Look around. A cold wind is blowing. All right, this guy. You surprise me, says the man wandering among the graves. This guy just is hanging out here all the time. I want to see he's a professor. Kevin Latner, psychology teacher at Arlington. Red Tie Club. That must have been about 20 years ago. I have a couple of questions I'd love to ask the members of that group. Interesting. What are those questions, sir? Red Tie Club. 20 years ago, which someone else gave us that same number of years. Have a couple of questions I'd love to ask. Assault. Remember the case. It still hasn't been solved, has it? Something else. As they say, there's more to this case than meets the eye. I was in the psych department study room preparing for a discussion group. There were a lot of people in the room with me who could back up my story. Okay. Russell Thorpe. Never met him. Glenn Axworthy. Never heard of that name before. Everywhere you look, there are graves. Silver says, I've seen this Twilight Zone episode. Fascinating. Okay. Oh. Well, I missed that. We have unlocked Russell Thorpe's house. I just looked right past that. Okay. So we'll save that one for last. We'll do Carrington's house. Red Tie Club. Doesn't mean anything to me. Marriage. This is the second marriage for both of us. My first husband died when Janet and Dave were about a year old. I married Joe 10 years ago. Okay. Ask about Russell. Don't know him. Glenn. Who? Okay, so this is Martha. Let's bring in Dave. Don't have a car. Always ride a bike. The consistency of who we're able to ask about automobile is puzzling to me. No car. Rides bike. Something else. No. All right, sure. Russell Thorpe. Never met him. Glenn Axworthy. Don't know him. Okay. Let's talk to Janet. Knife? A knife? I don't know anything about a knife. Not suspicious at all. Marriage. I met Bill at my father's office. He was so handsome and nice and mature. Before I knew it, I was in love with him. I was so sure we'd be together forever. Didn't go anywhere and nobody came here. I was alone the whole time. Do you know Russell? He's a friend of my father-in-law's. Okay. We already knew that, but thank you. Glenn. Don't know him. Oops. Okay. Let's go to the church. I am curious if Father Jacoby will be able to tell us anything about Russell Thorpe since he was apparently here. Red Tie Club. I'm sorry that I can't be of any help to you, but I don't know anything. The night of the murder, I heard the sound of a car coming from the graveyard. Very unusual at that late hour. I hope it's not related to Bill Robbins' murder. Glenn. Don't know him. Russell. I've met him. Vague. Why so vague? I can't think of anything else to ask. Did I search in there? A peaceful aura fills the chapel. College. Look around. Vast and beautiful. You notice a rather ugly bust of the college's founder. Red Tie Club. Sorry, don't know. Automobile. Seems that Mr. Robbins was killed somewhere else and then dumped in that car. That's what the coroner was saying. The victim was a big man. I don't know if one person could handle that alone. It's a bummer that there's so many cases where like it would make so much sense to ask a follow-up question to clarify something, and we cannot do that. The real thing I want to know is what kind of car was the body found in? My assumption is that it's the stolen white Ford, but I don't think anyone has ever confirmed that. Finding the body. Had a weird gut feeling, so I went to take a look inside. When I opened the car door, the body fell on me. Geez, was I surprised. Weird gut feeling. Right about the time I found Mr. Robbins, I heard a car screeching off. I couldn't get a good look at it, but I'd say it was blue. Glenn Axworthy, don't know him. Russell Thorpe, don't know him. Okay. Okay. To Russell Thorpe's house. You're standing in front of a big old house. You notice that this house is in need of a fresh coat of paint. There he is. What do you want? Asked the man at the door brusquely. He puffs on his cigar and coughs in your face. Rude. There it is. Okay. Russell Thorpe. Say hello. Go away. Name, Russell Thorpe. 2 L's, excuse me. Age, I'm 56 years old. Occupation, I own a movie theater. Blood type, B. Family, no family. Hobbies. The day I quit smoking cigars is the day I die. Okay, so you consider smoking cigars your hobby, I guess? Skills. There are so many of them, they'd be tough to list. Okay. So many skills. Noted. Thank you. Birthplace. Born in good old Liberty. And clubs. Oh, not the cigar smoking club. I'm a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Okay, ask about others, or let's do ask for information first. What's your alibi? The night Bill was murdered, I met Edward and we had a few drinks. That's it. The whole story. Met Edward. Had a few drinks. Or brinks, as I accidentally wrote. Red Tie Club. What's it got to do with me? Marriage. Marriage? Never. Company status. Business at the movie theater is going great. Wonderful. Couldn't be better. Something else. It's none of my business, but I'll tell you what I know. You must have heard about Bill having affairs. Well, he was fooling around a lot. I kind of guessed that, but I think this might be the first time that anyone has been as clear as that about it. Okay. So that's everything there. Bill, he was a sharp young man. It's no surprise that he had a lot of enemies. Ed. Edward and I have known each other since we were in school together. Fred. He's next in line for Bill's job. Okay. Probably not worth it asking about the Carsons or the Carringtons. Joe Carrington is one strange guy. I keep away from him. Okay. Joe C. One strange guy. What's so strange about him, though? What about Dave? Don't know him. Steven. He's a friend of mine. Okay. Oops. Barbara, Shelley. Used to be Bill's secretary. Ken. Don't know him. Sarah. Sorry, don't know her. Russell. This is Russell Thorpe. Let's see what he says, though. What? Brian Ayler. Who the hell is that? Glenn Axworthy. Never met him. Still haven't found anyone that knows Glenn. Oh, we should ask about Janet. She's had a tough break, poor kid, but she's young. She'll get over it. I can't really think of anyone else worth asking about. Barbara. She's the Robbins family's maid or housekeeper or something. Yeah. We bring in anyone else? No one. Okay. So that didn't get us a lot of additional information. I mean, he's backing up the story that he met with Edward. They had a few drinks, and that's it. On the night of the murder. Probably the most interesting thing he told us was that Bill was fooling around, quote, a lot. But that doesn't give us that much. And now what? We're still kind of stuck here. Like, I'm not sure what to do to progress. And now I think I've pretty thoroughly exhausted my options, right? Like, I've done my best to go back around and talk to everyone we can and go through any questions that we've, like, unlocked. So I went back to the office just to see if anything would happen. Catherine says, "You look dead, excuse the expression. Are you close to putting a lid on this case?" Absolutely not. I will go ahead and save. Let's go over our last save. Yeah, let's see if anything has changed. We got a little more investigation points. I think our total investigation went up. I'm not sure about vital information. Retrace your steps from the beginning. Everyone was like, chop, chop, JB. Yeah, they sure are, huh? Oh. I assume none of y'all have played this game. As usual, I don't want any like solutions from anyone that knows what I need to do. But if anyone has any like guesses, thoughts on things I might want to follow up on, I will take suggestions. I wonder if it would be worth reviewing all my notes. I feel like, retracing our steps is more or less what we just did. Let's look at the notes in here. I would love to talk to Bill's secretary, but we don't know how to get to the next day. Glenn Axworthy staying at the hotel out past 2 a.m. We can't figure out how to get a hold of Glenn Axworthy in any way. We did finally talk to Russell Thorpe, theater owner, friend of Ed. Coming from church, night of the murder, lives near college. The coming from church the night of the murder. I see Crush says, I unfortunately have been zoning out too much to have ideas. That's fair. Coming from the church the night of the murder is a thing we didn't get any additional information on and no way to follow up on. And that seems like something we should be able to follow up on. It seems like it a little bit conflicts with the alibi we were given from Russell Thorpe. He said, met Edward, had a few drinks, nothing else. And then we also talked to Father Jacoby, and he was like, oh, yeah, I met Russell Thorpe. Did you see him the night of the murder? Maybe we should go. Let's go back to Father Jacoby and ask him about his alibi again. I think we already did that, but let's double check. I was here, of course. Okay, that's all he says. And then if we ask about Russell, I've met him. That's it. The heck? Edward, God bless him. He's made donations to this church and many worthwhile charities. Wirebrain, hello. First rule of Murder Club is you don't talk about Murder Club. We've had multiple suggestions now, the first rule of Murder Club, but thank you for suggesting your own. I hope you're doing well. Let's just review notes, I guess. Oh, real estate agent argued with Bill 2 days before the murder. Okay, let's follow up on that first. So let's go talk to him. In the business, yeah. So the only way we could get information about that is asking about Bill. He was a selfish man. I hate to say this about my daughter's husband, but he had it coming. Suspicious. I find this man to be drawn suspiciously. Yeah, he sure is. Oh, Wereburn says, it looks like this game got an adaptation for TurboGrafx 16 CD system. Yes, there's been quite a few different ports, including some versions with drastically different graphics. Like they kind of completely redid the game at some point, I think a couple of times. Some of the ports have been fairly recent, like I want to say 2017 was maybe the most recent one, something like that. Let's see, I might have in my notes here. No, I don't have yours. So yeah, we can't really follow up on that further because there's no way to ask more. Let's ask his alibi again. I'm not lying. No, I left it. Excuse me? What did he tell us before? He says, I'm not lying. No, I left at 10 o'clock, or maybe it was 11. He definitely was not that unsure of it before. Like, it's interesting because it seems like we caught him in a lie, but I'm not sure how we did it. Okay, so previously he said that he was supposed to meet a customer. The customer never showed, and then he went home at 10. His blood type is AB. This guy does look like a Phoenix Wright witness. So this is the guy that said he saw Mr. Carson around 10 and that he was in a big hurry. He told us that Lee Cosmetic Company is having a bad time. He opposed his daughter's marriage to Bill. He says his son Dave tells him everything. He doesn't drive. Lived in Boston for a while, moved to Liberty 5 years ago. Oh, right. He's the stepdad of his kids. So his daughter Janet, who is the wife of Bill, and his son Dave. And he's currently married to Martha. He is a certified real estate appraiser. He reads mysteries. Is he in the murder club? He was born in Philadelphia, 52. Oh. Okay. I think I just spotted how we caught his lie. His wife said that he got home at 11, which, you know, probably not an hour drive to get home. Well, he said he doesn't drive, so I guess maybe he took the bus or train, but still. Interesting. Since we found that a little bit accidentally, like I didn't quite put that together that there was a mismatch there. I wonder if it would be worth going around and asking everyone their alibi again, or a taxi, sure. Just to see if we uncover anything else that's a little sketchy. I feel like there's been a lot of people that were doing something unknown around like 10 or 11. So the night of the murder, Bill left his office at 8 p.m. Around 10 p.m., he went to the Hungry Fisherman. And let's see, I want to say, 11:30, he left there. So if anybody was doing anything around 11, that was while Bill was still at the Hungry Fisherman. So those people would not have been directly involved in the murder, as long as what we currently know about them is true. However, I suspect they were involved in something that could be connected to the murder. Something shady. Right. Okay, so he Who owns Doug Carson? Okay. Let's ask him about Doug again. Oops. Dang it. Doug. Okay. I hear that things have been hard for the Lee Cosmetics Company since larger competitors have moved to the area. Okay. I'm just wondering. I don't know. Maybe the fact that he knows that isn't really that interesting. I mean, what he knows is extremely vague, so. And he saw Mr. Carson around 10. He was in a big hurry. So what was Mr. Carson in such a big hurry for? I feel like I don't know what I'm missing. I feel like we must be close to some crucial piece of info that would, maybe let us get a warrant to bring someone in for questioning, or at least search a place. But I guess the other thing that's tricky is it possible we've already, found what we need to do one of those things and I just haven't realized it? I don't think that seems unlikely. I feel like I would have realized it if we figured out something that's significant. Riz Mason, hello. Carmen flew to Budapest. Oh no. Hope you're doing well. So let's I was about to review all my notes and then I realized a thing to follow up on. So let's go back to that original plan and review all notes again. We've gone over the coroner's report already today, so I won't bother with that. But again, between 8 and 10 is an unknown period of time as far as what Bill Robbins was doing. And then 11:30 to 1, which is the estimated time of the murder. Today sucks a bit, but it's turning around right now. You ray of pixelated sunshine, you. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And I hope your day continues to improve. Okay, Dave Carrington. This is the son of Joe, who we were just talking to, age 21, born in Boston. So Joe's not his real dad. But he was born in Boston. Joe met Martha there. They got married and then moved to Liberty. He is in the school psych club, and they study criminal behavior. His hobbies are lots of things. The night of the murder, he was out with his friends and got home late. So that's a little vague. Out with his friends doing what? Where? He's the third baseman for Arlington College. He hated Bill, says Judy's a gossip, says Joe's a recluse. Barb hated Bill and loves Fred. He doesn't have a car and he rides a bike. Ken Scott is the owner of the Hungry Fisherman for 10 years. Has a wife and daughter. Born in New Orleans. Age 38. Went to Robert's School of Cuisine. Is in the Association of Restaurant Owners. Likes to fish. He was at the restaurant until 2 a.m. and then went straight home. I feel like at this point we have no reason to believe there's anything suspicious about Ken Scott. Saw Brian in front of the restaurant while closing up. Brian left around midnight. He doesn't have a car and his wife's car is yellow. I think he said his wife drives him to and from work. What's his star sign? We don't know that, but his blood type is O. Judy Carson. So let's see. The Carsons. Okay, so the Carsons are related. Kate married Michael Carson. Kate is the daughter of Ed, right? So the sister of Bill. I believe that is correct. But I'm double checking because I'm not 100% positive. Just trying to make sure I have this all straight. Daughter-in-law Kate. Okay. Yeah. There's Kate. Edward Robbins. Okay, yeah. 3 kids. Bill, Fred, and Kate. Okay. Betty's a Pisces. He looks like a total Pisces. So Judy is the mother of that family. So the mother of Michael, who again married Kate, and the wife of Doug, who is a little bit suspicious. She's 52. She's who we first heard about the Red Tie Club from, which again is a mystery novel, a group of mystery novel fanatics that formed when she was young, 20 years ago. So she would have been 32 then. Chairman of the board of Lee Cosmetics Company, president of the Amoenus Club, which is a women's charity organization. Hobbies are dancing and singing. Her alibi is that she was under the weather, spent the evening in bed because of a party the night before. She's an accomplished singer. She had the interesting information that Dr. Beckert was not at his home or in his office. Is there any way we can talk to Dr. Beckert? Oops. Like, yeah. Like, it's not one of our locations, but it seems weird that we can't talk to him at all. Doug, she told us that Doug hasn't been sleeping well since the murder, which to me is a little suspicious. Like, I'm getting the impression like Doug snuck out the night of the murder and lied about it. So I feel like Doug is not sleeping well because he's nervous. He did something and is worried about getting caught. It's just a question of what exactly did he do? Like, I don't know that he necessarily did the murder, but I feel like he was at least connected to it in some way, probably. Said Ed is ruthless, forces his opponents into bankruptcy. Says Michael, her son, was by her side the night of the murder. So Dr. Beckert took in a daughter of a friend who died. And then Michael Carson, oops, I'm not on my notes. Maybe he witnessed it. Yeah, that's certainly possible. But like the fact that he snuck out and lied about it makes me think he was doing something. Also, Doug, yeah, he's the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company, and he's been doing shady stuff to try to get that company out of a bad financial situation. So I feel like he was doing something shady at the time. Maybe he was doing some shady dealing and while doing that witnessed the murder or something like that. That could be possible. Doing an unrelated criminal activity. So Michael Carson, again, the husband of Kate, who is the sister of Bill. Born in Ohio. He is general manager at Lee Cosmetics Company. He's part of the Liberty Drinking Club, which again was originally a name they were considering was the Red Rum Club, but then they didn't want to be confused with the Red Tie Club. So they decided to change it, which I don't know what to make of that. He's into reading and stamp collecting. He says that the night of the murder, he was at home, and he always goes straight home after work. He says he's skilled at lawn mowing. Bill used to be the president of that drinking club. All right, and he's the one that told us that Bill said he knew who assaulted Sarah and was strange about it and laughed it off. He says Ed is difficult to please. He says Fred went to college together and has his eye on someone, which is a thing that keeps coming up. Kate was married. He was married to Kate 2 years ago. Right. And he's the one that told us that Janet and Bill only got married 6 months ago, which was interesting. Just because that's so recent and it didn't come up at all until we talked to him. Last guy is in the green tie club, apparently. Did we ever try to... Let's go back and talk to Janet real quick. Let's ask her about Bill. I don't really expect to. Let's see. She is staying at the... Carrington's house, I think. Is that right? Yeah. Ask about Bill. I don't want to talk about Bill right now. I just can't handle it. Okay. That's kind of what I thought. Let's ask about Edward. Even his own son's murder wasn't enough to make my father-in-law shed a tear. All he cares about is his stupid company. Okay. Back to the notes. Michael says Dave didn't like Bill, and he drives a white Mercedes. Joe Carrington. The Carrington family is Janet's family, the wife of Bill. So her stepdad, Joe, is real estate agent, reads mysteries. He was supposed to meet he said he was supposed to meet a customer the night of the murder. Customer never showed, so he went home at 10. But then his wife said he came home at 11. So it was like, oh yeah, I guess maybe it was 11. So something's fishy there. And that also matches up with the time frame of Doug Carson sneaking around out of the house. So yeah, I don't know what to make of that. Lived in Boston for a while, moved to Liberty 5 years ago, stepdad to his kids. First wife died of heart disease. Saw Mr. Carson around 10. He was in a big hurry. Says Bill was selfish and had it coming. Told us that the cosmetics company is having a bad time. He opposed his daughter marrying Bill. Says Dave tells him everything and he doesn't drive. His wife Martha is a freelance interior designer. Hobbies are gardening, has a rose garden. She was home all evening and says her husband came home at 11 p.m. She has some artistic ability and has lived in Liberty for 5 years. Let's go. Wait, she's here. Let's talk to her real quick. Let's ask her alibi again. I was home all evening. My husband came in at about 11 o'clock. Let's ask her about Joe. He's working today. My husband operates the home real estate agency downtown. Let's ask about Dave. Lately, I've been worried about him. He's been keeping to himself a lot, locking himself in his room. I have no idea what's going on inside his head. I don't think we got that information before. Keeping to himself locking himself in room. Again, Dave is the one that is in the psych club that studies homicides. Is there anything else worth asking her about? Oops. Janet. After Bill was killed, Janet came home. She needs the support of her family now. I just wish there were more we could do for her. It breaks my heart to see her suffering this way. Okay. Riz Mason says, murderers don't lock themselves away. They attempt to avoid suspicion. People afraid for their lives are the ones who lock their doors. Yeah, I definitely don't suspect Dave of being the murderer. He's interesting, but yeah, I don't know that I suspect him of any wrongdoing at this point, really. He seems very interested in the murder, I guess, because it's related to his hobby, basically. It does seem possible to me that he, might have had some minor involvement, I guess. Okay. Peter Ledoux. This is the security guard at Arlington College that found the body. Born in Bethesda, Maryland. Has a wife and 2 daughters. Hobbies are fishing and working on his car. So he heard a car screeching off around when the body was found. And it looked like it was a blue car, but he wasn't entirely positive of that. He said that Bill was killed elsewhere than dumped at Arlington. And he figures since Bill's a pretty, tall and sizable guy, probably required more than one person to move his body around. His body was found in a car. Again, I feel like that's probably the white Ford that was stolen, but no one has clarified that. And he also said that Dave Carrington, who we were just talking about, was hanging around after the murder, quote, researching a paper. Someone else told us that Dave was writing a paper on committing the perfect crime. So that's kind of interesting. Father Jacoby, pastor at St. Andrew's Church. His family is God. Part of the church youth group. Hobbies, giving love. His alibi is that he was at the church. His skills are teaching, counseling. Heard a car coming from the graveyard at a, quote, late hour. And we asked him about Thorpe. He simply said, I've met him, which is weird because allegedly when they met was the night of the murder. I wonder. Let's go back. Let's start at St. Andrews real quick. I feel like there's got to be something we're missing here. Alibi. It was here, of course. Something else. So that's about the car he heard. Bill. Mr. Robbins' funeral was held here. I pray for his soul daily. Russell Thorpe. I've met him. Sarah. Don't know her. Edward. God bless him. He's made donations to this church and many worthwhile charities. Martha. Mrs. Carrington is a regular churchgoer, but I haven't been able to get to know her. She's a private person. Fred Robbins is a serious young man. Kate. I have a great admiration for her. She's a strong woman with a heart of gold. Doug. Doesn't come to church very often, but... But what? Why you gotta do this to me? Please finish your sentences. Judy. She's the president of the Amoenus Club. I've worked with her at a number of functions. Michael. He and Kate were married here. Such a fine young couple. Joe. Sorry, don't know him. Janet. Only 6 months after saying her wedding vows here, she was back in this church mourning her husband. It seems so unfair. Ah, well, the Lord works in mysterious ways. Dave. Never had a one-on-one conversation with the young man. Stephen. I've met him on occasion. Barbara. Barbara, good soul, comes here quite often. Shelley. She was here about a week ago, praying for Mr. Robbins' soul. Doesn't know Ken Scott. Sarah, don't know her. Russell, I've met him. Brian Ayler, who? And then Glenn Axworthy, don't know him. Okay. Oh, right. The other thing I wanted to do was go back to the cemetery. And talk to this guy some more. Like, he's at the cemetery right now. So that doesn't necessarily mean he would have been there the night of the murder. But maybe? Oh, right. He says he was in the psych department study room preparing for a discussion group. There were a lot of people in the room with me who can back up my story. Red Tie Club. If only there were a membership list. If only. Can't remember this guy's name. Kevin Latner. If only there were a red tie membership list. I'm writing this down because this comment makes me think there absolutely is. You've been on for a while without a break. That is true. Thank you for reminding me. Red tie, assault. Still hasn't been solved. Something else. As they say, there's more to this case than meets the eye. That's such a weird thing to say. Like, I mean, yeah. Why are you saying that, though? Bill. He was just murdered, right? I read about it in the paper. Ed. He's the president of the Robbins Trading Company, isn't he? So, like, he has no reason to know most of these people. Right. And this is how we learned that Janet and Fred are twins. And also Davis. Wait. No. Janet and Dave are twins? Yeah. Right. My mistake. Fred is Bill's brother. Okay. So Janet and Dave are twins. And Dave is in one of his classes. He's a top-notch student. He just completed an impressive research paper entitled To Commit the Perfect Crime. So what if I feel like somebody got a hold of his paper and used it. I feel like that's got to be what happened here. That would make sense why he's so freaked out. And like that's gotta be relevant somehow, right? Okay. Who else can we ask about? Do you know Steven? That's the medical examiner who performed the autopsy, right? Yep. How do you know that though? Sarah. I know who she is. She works over at the Hungry Fisherman. I go there for drinks sometimes. Ooh, we should ask Sarah about him. Oh, wait. He's not in our list of people to ask about. Okay. So I guess we can't do that. Oops. Russell, never met him. Brian. I think he's a writer. I've come across him a couple times over the Hungry Fisherman. I don't think he could commit such a big crime. Why? Because he's a wimp. That's why. Wimps can't commit crimes. Everyone knows this. Never heard that name before. Okay. All right. Back to the notes. So we just finished Father Jacoby's notes. Here's this guy we haven't found. This also has a partial list of locations, which I figured it probably wasn't worth taking the time to fill that out. Here's another suspect we haven't found yet. And then Rod Lyric is the owner of Lyric Store, of course. He's involved in a bowling league, 60 years old, goes fishing at Liberty River, which I think at one point we noticed that was maybe across the way from the store. He says he closed the store at 8 and was home by 9 the night of the murder. He says, quote, "No one can beat me at 5-card stud." A knife was stolen from his store 2 to 3 days before the murder, which may have been the murder weapon. Again, the game doesn't really give us any way to figure out if that's true or not. He said that Bill would hurt others for money. He went to high school with Ed. He says that Brian has been buying like there's no tomorrow. Brian Ayler. Okay. I want to get that full quote again. Let's see. Residential Lyric Store. Okay. Oh, so this isn't the place that's near the river. Shoot. I don't know where that was. Okay, let's ask this guy about Brian. That's the struggling writer who lives in an apartment building down the street. He's always boasting about this and that, but never seems to be doing anything. I guess things are looking up for him, though. He's been buying like there's no tomorrow. What's he buying? Hinton says, "Can't believe work keeps rudely making me do work during my workday." That is pretty rude, Hinton. I hope they leave you alone soon. Should we ask him about anyone else? Janet. Janet shops here sometimes. I always thought she looked kind of sad for a newlywed. Huh. What kind of store is this? Is it a soup store? No. It's just it's Lyric's store. I mean, I feel like it's just kind of a convenience store. Yeah, shelves are packed with food and housewares. That's kind of all the information we get. Janet sad for a newlywed. I mean, I guess that makes sense if her husband's cheating on her a lot. It sounds like she was aware of that, or at least suspected it. I was gonna say maybe he's been buying clothes. Oh, at the soup store? What? What are you talking about? Buying like there's no tomorrow. Of the Red Tie Club, he said they wore red ties to meetings. It was 20 years ago. They were mystery novel fanatics. He drives a brown station wagon. Meme reference. Yeah, I mean, I figured that. I figured that much. Thank you for clarifying, I guess. Doesn't know Dave. You know, Joe. Don't think I've ever met him. Michael. Don't know Kate's husband. But you know Kate. She's a regular. Comes in all the time. And she always has a smile on her face. Okay. Fred? Don't know him. This game has memes? I don't think the game has memes. Okay. I should probably go ahead and take that break. It's been a bit here. I will be back in a few minutes, and then we will hopefully continue this investigation. Like, I feel like what we're doing right now seems pretty useful. I feel like surely if we keep at this, we'll get somewhere. We've certainly been getting little bits of information, so I feel like it's just a matter of time before we find something a little more interesting. Back in a few. Oh, my button. I keep forgetting to fix my button. Hello. I've returned. Okay. Back to our notes. This has got to be the doctor, right? I'm very curious when we will finally be able to talk to him. But up next is Matthew Gaffney. This is the manager of the hotel. Age 54, born in Kenwood, California. Wine country. He's in a club of hotel managers. His hobby... Wait. For hobbies, I wrote down bird watching, and then I think this is a question mark. I'm pretty sure that's a question mark. It says, God, I love Hotel Manager Club. Yeah, that's a good one, isn't it? Let's go back and just double check. Why is that a question mark? I like to do a little bird watching now and then. I don't know why I put a question mark. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. His alibi is that he was working all night. Unsecret Crush says, I haven't been paying attention close enough to understand how you get to talk to new people. So basically we have unlocked new locations by learning about them in a way that suggests they are relevant to the case. And then generally a new location has new people to talk to. So for example, the last one we unlocked was, what the hell was that guy's name? Russell Thorpe's house. We unlocked that by talking to people that knew where he lived. So they were able to tell us that he lived near the cemetery. And then once we learned that, we were able to go to his house. Seems like you had to talk to multiple people to maybe get to Thorpe's house. Is that right? I'm not sure we necessarily had to talk to all those people. I feel like probably the one person that had more specific information was the one we needed to talk to. That was my impression of it, at least. This guy says he never forgets a name or face, which is interesting. They found the missing watch. Glenn Axworthy was out past 2 a.m. He's a nervous man, and he's been at the hotel for 2 weeks. But we still don't have any way to talk to him. Oh, right. Another thing is that Bill had a reservation at the hotel for a room with a king-size bed on the night of the murder. And obviously he never showed up. When he asked about the Red Tie Club, he just said something that suggested it sounded familiar. He also told us that Sarah Shields used to work at the hotel, but quit after her assault. Okay, we've gotten a couple of mentions now of people that Sarah Shields knows. Oh, we can't ask. Matthew Gaffney's not on our list either, right? Ugh. I mean, I guess they're probably not there because it's not going to lead to anything interesting. It's annoying that I think I've, thought of something to do and then no, actually. Okay, I think that was everything. Doug Carson. Doug is definitely a guy that is very suspicious. So Doug Carson is the father of Michael Carson, who is married to Kate, who is Bill's sister. He was born in Ohio. He's the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company, the company is apparently not doing great. And we've been told that he has done some questionable things or worked with some questionable people to try to resolve the financial problems. He's a member of the Chamber of Commerce. His hobbies are classical music and brandy. Initially, he told us his alibi was that he was home all night. I think it was Joe Carrington that said he saw him and he was in a hurry. After being confronted with that, he said that he went to meet someone. Let's go talk to him real quick. So he's at home. Doug. Okay, so I want to ask him about Joe Carrington. Never talked to him. Okay. I was just curious if that would give us anything interesting. Let's ask for his alibi again. I did go out that night. I guess I forgot. I had promised to meet someone. Who was I supposed to meet? Well, we need to figure out who he was supposed to meet. Supposed to? Sure. I apparently just cannot write while I'm streaming. Okay. I feel like I already went through the list of people earlier. Owner of the Gaslight movie theater is a very good businessman. Russell Thorpe. Never met Brian Ayler. Ken Scott, don't know him. My hunch is that whoever Doug was supposed to meet is someone who's not in our list of people yet. Don't know her. About Steven. People say that he's a very good doctor. Dave, never met him. Fred. He works for me. He's nice, cheerful, hardworking, but doesn't have his father's business sense. Michael. Maybe because his mother spoiled him, but he has no motivation. It would make me happy if he just got his act together. Okay. Unsecret Crush says, anyone besides Judy talk about the doctor? When the doctor wasn't at his office or home, that was the night of the murder? Yes, it was. Not many other people have said much about the doctor. Janet. Don't know Janet well. It's curious since that one portrait in your notes is very doctor-like. Yeah, I'm sure we'll meet the doctor at some point and be able to question him. I just don't know what we need to do to get to that point. He has a pilot's license. Oh, right. Doug told us that Bill flaunted his extramarital affairs. Let's ask that question again. Oh, what a waste. He was brilliant. Quite a businessman. How did we get that info? Something else? Okay. I hate to say this, but Bill really flaunted his extramarital affairs. Okay, so I think the plural there was the information we previously had that made me think, he wasn't just having an affair with one person, but multiple people. I wonder whether it had something to do with his death. Same. Regarding his company status, he said, it's just a matter of time before we get out of this slump. Which, could be just optimism, but I feel like, he's doing shady stuff to get out of the slump. So, of course, he'd be optimistic about it. Okay. David Ross is the parking lot attendant where the white Ford was stolen from. 38, married, born in Philadelphia, blood type B, has a wife and son. He jogs every day. On the night of the murder, he finished his shift at 8, changed clothes, went home. Doesn't have any skills. He says that Bill is a cutthroat businessman and had an argument with a real estate agent a couple of days before the murder. That real estate agent being Joe Carrington, who is the stepdad of Bill's wife. Fred Robbins, age 30. This is the brother of Bill. Blood type A, born in Liberty. Works at the Lee Cosmetic Company. Is part of the Liberty Drinking Club. Bill was the former president of that drinking club. Hobbies are tennis. His alibi was that he was at a movie at the Gaslight Theater that ended at 11, and then he went home. It's a little bit interesting to me because Ed, his father, his alibi is that he went to meet Russell Thorpe. I don't know why I keep wanting to say Robert Thorpe. Russell Thorpe, the owner of that theater. I don't know if that is necessarily meaningful in any way. He's currently house sitting at Bill's. He's an expert marksman. He hadn't talked to Bill in a while. He's interested in someone, which we've heard about from multiple people, but we don't know who. He drives a red Ford. Doesn't know Glenn Axworthy. Janet Robbins, wife of Bill. Blood type A, born in Boston. Worked for her father before she got married. Is part of the Amoenus Club. When we asked about hobbies, she said she doesn't have any hobbies at the moment, which to me is a unusual response. I don't know if, I'm a person who always has a hobby. I guess I could see, maybe some people have a hobby for a little while and then they kind of get tired of it. And, maybe it's a little while before they, find something new to spend their time on. But to me, that's such a foreign concept in between hobbies. Hello, Afton. Good to see you. But yeah, that is just, it strikes me as odd. But serious businessmen think hobbies are for peasants. Well, sure. I mean, Ed's hobby is work. Janet has no skills, according to her. Regarding Doug, she said, he makes my stomach turn. Regarding Judy, she says bad things about Kate. Joe, her dad, opposed her marriage to Bill. Barb hated Bill. It says, my hobby is lying down and waiting for death. A valid hobby, as long as you enjoy it. Barb, age 55, born in Memphis, blood type O. So she used to have a family, husband and a child. They died in a car accident. And since then, she has been the housekeeper for the Robbins family, for Ed Robbins in particular, and basically a part of the family. Qualified midwife. Hobbies? Oh, telling fortunes is her hobby. And she knew something would happen to Bill, allegedly. She called Janet the night of the murder, and Janet was sobbing and saying that everything would be okay. And she's the one that told us that Glenn Axworthy went to see Mr. Robbins. But then none of the Mr. Robbins claim to know Glenn Axworthy, which is interesting. And it doesn't seem like there's any way to call them out on that. Hobbies are dead, dead, dead. Oh no. I do wonder if it's at all possible that we have enough suspicious stuff about anybody at this point to call them in for questioning. I don't think we do. Like, at least in terms of real life situations, I feel like we have nothing. I can't figure out what the heck we're missing. Sarah Shields. We should probably talk to Sarah Shields more. I think we should ask Sarah about literally everyone we can. Which we haven't done in a bit. We have... Like, I tried to ask her about everyone that I thought got added to our list, but it's possible I missed someone, so let's just go through the whole list again. Oh, okay. This is the place that's across the road from Liberty River, where somebody goes fishing. I think it was the lyric guy goes fishing there. I don't know if that's necessarily meaningful, but... Okay, let's bring in Sarah. Let's review her alibi. I was in the restaurant all evening, left about 2 a.m. Okay. Let's review her something else. That night I heard Bill mumble Liberty something or other. Maybe he was referring to the bank. Okay, so I was already wondering if Liberty River might be relevant somehow. But now I'm wondering if it's possible that Bill was mumbling something about the river rather than the bank. But I don't know how we would take that information and, unlock the ability to go there. We cannot go to the river, no. Cafe is dark and quiet. It looks closed. Okay, so let's ask her about everyone. Bill, his murder goes to show that you can't predict anyone's fate. The night he was killed, he came in here alone, but he often came with a woman with long blonde hair. I don't have that in my main notes here. Bill often went to Hungry Fisherman with a woman with long blonde hair. Martha, don't know her. Just going to go through these all really quick. Fred's been here a couple of times. Doesn't know Kate. Doesn't know Doug. Doesn't know Judy. Michael, who? Joe. Don't know him. Enough already. I'm getting bored. I hope that's just what she says when I ask about Joe. Okay. For a second, I was like, oh God, is this like a response to asking too many questions? Terrifying. Okay, Janet. She's been here before. She looks like a gentle person, the kind of person who wouldn't hurt a fly. But trust me, beneath the surface is a woman capable of anything. Dave. Don't know him. Steven. There's no point in asking me. I know nothing. Barbara. Who? Shelley. Doesn't ring a bell. Ken. My boss is a good guy. Sarah. Let's ask her about herself. I'm a very sarcastic person. Can't you tell? Russell. He owns the Gaslight Theater. He's easy to recognize because he always has a big cigar sticking out of his mouth. Hey, wait a minute. I saw Mr. Thorpe near the college when I was going home from work the night of the murder. He might have been coming from the church. I suppose it's possible he might have been coming from the church is, like it sounds like just a guess. So maybe he wasn't actually coming from the church. Brian Ayler, always putting on an act. That's probably why he gets upset whenever somebody upstages him. I hate him. The night the murder took place, he was here trying to pick a fight with Bill Robbins. I think he mentioned that he lives uptown. Glenn Axworthy. You don't really think I can remember every single customer who comes into this place? And how do I know if anyone is telling me his real name anyway? Heck. All right, back to the notes. So she plays piano with the Hungry Fisherman. Her hobbies are being alone and not talking to cops, which is great. Her alibi is she was at the restaurant until 2 a.m. Heard Bill mumble Liberty something, possibly referring to the bank. Bill often came to Hungry Fisherman with a woman with long blonde hair. And most of the stuff we already just went over. Janet's capable of everything, drives a white Ford Mustang, which doesn't necessarily mean anything. And told us about Thorpe. Oh. I missed that. On Secret Crush asked, is that where on earth did Bill go after he left here message always there? That's a really great question. I don't know if I've just missed it every time. Because, usually when I come back to the screen, very quickly navigating to leave scene. I often hit look around real quick just to see if anything has changed. And then I, quickly go to leave scene. So it's possible it's been there like the entire game and I've just repeatedly missed it. But that is interesting. Yeah, we still can't go there or anything. I miss the days when sarcasm was a personality and a hobby. Okay. William Neighbor. Born in Nevada, blood type O, wife and 3 kids, president of Liberty Bank, certified accountant, part of the Bankers Association, likes to golf. Says he was in New York on business the night of the murder. Maple Mystery. Hello. Welcome, y'all. Glad you could stop by. I am Robot Spacer, and I'm playing Murder Club. We're a little bit stuck at the moment. So I'm currently going through all my notes. We have many, many pages of notes that we've been taking, trying to piece together this murder. Basically, what we've done so far in the game is go around to everyone we can talk to and question them as thoroughly as we can and take notes and try to figure out what the heck is going on. So there was a murder. Bill Robbins was murdered. He was last seen leaving a restaurant, and then a couple hours later, his body was found outside a college in a car. We've kind of learned that his body was moved there. Gosh, there's not a whole lot other than that as far as what exactly went on. We're doing our best to figure things out here. We've caught at least one person in a lie. Actually two. The one was maybe mistaken on what time a thing happened. So might not have been an intentional lie. It's hard to say. But it's a very interesting game, and it feels very much like a simulation of actually trying to solve a crime. It's very grueling work. But I'm enjoying it, and I'm determined to figure it all out without resorting to a walkthrough. I was actually thinking about this earlier. This stream could get very boring if I'm stubborn about not consulting a walkthrough, but I feel like if I consult a walkthrough, I'm going to feel like all the time I spent was just wasted. So I will do everything I can to avoid that. I really want the moment of satisfaction of piecing things together. But anyways, hello everyone. Maple Mystery, Mousimus, Galara Dragon. Lovely to see you. I hope y'all had a great stream. And let me give you a shout out here. If anyone is not following Maple Mystery, she's a game developer and streamer, and y'all should definitely check out her stuff. So, all that said, Maple Mystery said, it kind of reminds me of Mortville Manor, but more involved. Interesting. Actually, funny you should mention Mortville Manor. I think the next game I'm going to play is Mopedi Island, which is actually a sequel to Mortville Manor. I'm very excited about that. It looks neat. I'm on one hand a little tempted to play Mortville Manor first, but on the other hand, I saw the spreadsheets you had to make to get through that game, and I don't know if I want to do that. Hearing you say this sounds more complex than Mortville Manor is interesting, but I don't know. But yeah, that should be fun. I finally managed to get it running the other day. I had some difficulties. It turned out I was just launching the wrong file. But it's the art is really nice. It has this fascinating text to speech when you're talking to characters. So it's not for all the text, just specifically conversations. And the interface is actually reminds me a fair bit of Murder Club here, lots of going through menus to do different things. Altered Destiny is awesome. Nice. Mortville Manor wasn't that complex. I was just super systematic because you can only ask each character a certain number of questions, and that was bad. Yeah. That part of it freaks me out a little. The manual for this game made me very nervous about it because there's some mention of you might only get one opportunity to ask certain questions. But so far, to my knowledge, that hasn't come up. I'm scared about when it will. 32-Bit Kid, thank you so much for that gift sub to a Maple Mystery. I appreciate all your support very much. I hope you're doing well. Okay, so back to our notes here. William Neighbor. I think we pretty much just went over his stuff. He's a banker, told us about the Lee Cosmetic Company not doing well. Um, the president of the Lee Cosmetics company has apparently been getting into some shady stuff, trying to get the company out of its financial difficulties. Um, and he's the one we caught in a very obvious lie. He told us he was home the night of the murder. Someone else, the father-in-law of the guy that was murdered, saw him on the night of the murder, and he seemed to be in a hurry. So we went back and confronted Doug with that information, and he was like, "Oh, right, I forgot. I went out to meet someone." And then he wouldn't tell us who he went out to meet. And it's I think the one frustrating thing I found about this game is occasionally there's like some like obvious question to ask, but there's no way to do that. So there was no way for us to ask, who were you going to meet? I guess it's possible that if we, there's a lot of mechanics we haven't really gotten to yet. Like if you get a search warrant, you can search someone's home. If you get an arrest warrant, you can bring someone in for questioning. So maybe if we were able to bring him in for questioning, we would be able to ask questions like that and get an answer. But so far, we don't really have enough evidence to get to that. Clara says, looking at Altered Destiny on stream, this game doesn't look like other things you played in the past. As such, we don't have much information on whether or not you might be interested in it. They don't really know me at all, do they? I guess not. Looks like most of the games I've played in the past. Okay. So Edward Robbins, this is the father of the guy that was murdered, born in Liberty City, which is where we are. He's president of the Robbins Trading Company. He's the managing director of the Chamber of Commerce. His hobbies are work. He's also a pilot. On the night of the murder, he went to his longtime friend Russell Thorpe's house and came home at around 11 and went straight to bed. Also, just to give you a little idea of the timeline the night of the murder. So Bill, the guy that was murdered, was at work until 8. At 10, he showed up at the Hungry Fisherman restaurant. It's unknown where he was in that time frame. At 11:30, he left the restaurant and had an argument with a guy, Brian Ayler, outside in the parking lot. And then his whereabouts after that are unknown. The estimated time of death is 1 a.m., and I believe the body was found at around 2 a.m. Also, just remembered my content warning button here. There is a sexual assault case that features prominently in this game. So I just wanted to give everyone a heads up in case that makes you uncomfortable at all. It doesn't come up super often, and it's generally not described in any detail or depicted in any way, but I don't know if that might change at some point. Thinking of buying it just for the middies. Nice. Okay, so Edward has a private pilot's license and 4,000 hours. His wife Helen died of cancer 20 years ago. Oh. I don't know if this is relevant at all, but we have learned about a red tie club. First of all, we have no idea what the title of this game, Murder Club, means. I don't even know if that's like a thing within the game world or if it's just the title of the game. But it has been a little bit suggested that it might be a thing within the game world. And at one point, we learned about a club called the Liberty Drinking Club. And this club was considering using the name Red Rum Club, but they didn't want to be confused with the Red Tie Club, which was an older club from around 20 years ago. So Red Rum Club is a little interesting because like murder backwards. I don't know if there's anything there, but it's funny if nothing else. I feel like it's got to be a little bit of a wink towards something, but I don't know what. But the Red Tie Club was a club around 20 years ago. People wore red ties and went to meetings where they talked about like, shoot, where do I have? It's basically like people interested in like murder mystery type stuff. I think they discussed like murder mystery novels or something along those lines. So Edward's wife dying 20 years ago is just kind of an interesting, like that's the only other thing that has come up that I can think of that was also 20 years ago, well, which makes me wonder, maybe she was in that club. I don't know. And Edward has been friends with Russell Thorpe since they were boys. Okay, so mostly I've been going through my notes and trying to look for things that are worth following up on that we haven't already, but I'm not seeing anything with Edward. We've followed up with him on multiple things already, but haven't really gotten much out of him. So Russell Thorpe, we just met tonight. He's the owner of the Gaslight Theater, the wonderfully named Gaslight Theater. He's a member of the Chamber of Commerce, like many of the businessmen in town. His hobbies are cigars. He'll be enjoying cigars until he dies. His alibi is that he met Edward and had a few drinks. He says he has, quote, so many skills. He told us that Bill has been fooling around, quote, a lot, which is some information we got from other folks as well. Silver, time to crash for the night. Have a rad evening. I'll find the culprits. I will do my best. Thank you for hanging out, Silver, and hope you sleep well. Excuse me. Joe Carrington, he says, is one strange guy. And he says the doctor, who we have not been able to talk to, is a friend of mine. Other than that, not a lot of info there. Here's one of the few people. First of all, these sheets are all taken from the manual. I printed them out so I could take notes on them. And there's, I don't know, maybe at this point, like 5 people we haven't come across in the game yet. Okay, next is Molly Mendel, who works at the movie theater, the Gaslight Theater. Single. She thinks our character is cute. Hobbies are movies and modern dance. Her alibi is that her shift ended at 7, was picked up by Alan. I think Alan was her boyfriend, and they went for a drive. Her dad knows Mr. Thorpe, the theater owner. She's a jazz dance instructor. Went to the same high school as Janet, who was the wife of Bill. Her boyfriend, Alan, is really into Sarah Shields. Talks about her all the time. Okay, so for folks coming in, Sarah Shields is the woman that was assaulted at some point in the past, and also was, I don't know if friend is appropriate, but Bill would often go to the Hungry Fisherman where she plays piano, and they would talk. It seems like they were friendly. Brian Ayler said he was going to write a book about her, about Molly, which is a weird thing to say to a person. I don't know. I guess it's just strange. Like, it doesn't sound like they were friends or anything. Thorpe. Oh, she told us that Thorpe lives near the college, so that's how we tracked him down. Okay. Rock solid alibi. Went for a drive. Exactly. Also, hello, Calinair. Good to see you. Sounds like a thing that guy would say, though. Oh, yeah, 100%. Like, Brian Ayler is, he's a guy. He's a real kind of guy, is about best I can say for him. He sounds like a jerk. Speaking of Brian, he's the next guy on our list here. So he's an author. He's part of the American Writers Guild. His hobbies are driving for stress relief. Um, I kind of get that, but maybe not the best like go-to stress relief activity. IMO. His alibi was that he was at the Hungry Fisherman for a few drinks and then went straight home. Interestingly, in all our talking to him, he has never mentioned the argument he got into with Bill, and we were not able to like call him out on that. Antigua Crush says, didn't some novelist meet Natalie Portman once, and then divorce his wife? That sounds like a story I heard. I mean, I feel like that's got to be a thing that happens a lot, right? Meet a famous person and then divorce your wife. It seems like a thing that would happen. Left his wife and then showed up at Natalie Portman's house and she was like, no, thank you. Yeah. Okay, back to Brian. He wrote a book called Disco Inferno, Dancing with the Devil in the Pale Moonlight. His skills are meeting deadlines. He's been living in Liberty for 3 years. He said that Bill had a thing for Sarah Shields and was always nice to her. Brian's wife left him for unknown reasons. And when we asked, okay, so there's been a stolen car. A white Ford was stolen at some point from a lot. And so we're able to ask people about automobile. And most people respond to this question by just telling us what kind of car they drive. Brian simply responds by insisting that he didn't steal his car, which is very funny. I don't know what to make of that exactly. Okay. So next is Kevin Latner, who apparently likes to hang out at the cemetery. I don't know if he's always doing that or it's just today, but that's where he's hanging out today. He has a wife and 3 kids. He's a psychology teacher at Arlington. So Arlington is the college where the body was found outside the front gate in a car. He has a PhD in psychology. He's part of the American Association of Psychologists. His hobbies is going for long walks. His alibi was that he was in the psych department study room preparing for a discussion group, and there were lots of people there that can back him up on this. I feel like I have no reason to suspect him of lying about any of that. So probably the most interesting bit of information that we got from Kevin is that one of his students, Doug Carrington, who is the fraternal twin of Janet, the wife of Bill who was murdered, was writing an impressive research paper titled "To Commit the Perfect Crime." Also, Doug, since the murder, has been he's been locking himself up in his room, basically. Like, it seems like maybe he's nervous. My guess, with little to back it up, is that someone took his paper and basically used it as a guide to commit Bill's murder. But, you know, I really have nothing to base that on. Just a hunch. So Kevin told us that they're twins, that Doug and Janet are twins. He also told us that the Red Tie Club was about 20 years ago, and that he, quote, has a couple of questions I'd love to ask the people from the Red Tie Club. At this point, we have no idea who was in the Red Tie Club. Someone at one point brought up, if only we could get a hold of a membership list, which makes me think there's got to be a membership list somewhere we can find, but who knows how. My guess is if that's a thing, we probably have to get a warrant and search somebody's house to dig it up. So we are presuming that the perfect crime can actually exist. I mean, not necessarily, but like that doesn't mean, you can't write about it and give someone trying to commit a crime some ideas about how to get away with it. Here's another person we haven't met. This almost looks like someone that works at a restaurant or something. Like they have some sort of uniform on, I think. Kate Carson is the sister of Bill and Fred. So her husband, Michael Carson, works for the Lee Cosmetics Company. I believe that's correct. She's a computer consultant, knows BASIC and Fortran. She's part of the Amoenus Club, which is a women's group that raises money for charity. Her hobby is sewing. Her alibi is that she was at home. She told us that she heard someone leave around 10:30, and we eventually figured out that that was absolutely Doug Carson, her father-in-law. That's the time period where he eventually admitted to having left the house. He told us that Ed argued with Bill over business. She's one of the people that told us Fred might be getting married soon. There's been lots of mentions of that, but like no information on who he's getting married to, which like it seems irrelevant. But it's come up so much that it makes me feel like there's got to be something to it. She told us that Doug hasn't been feeling well. Multiple people have told us that Doug has been seemingly not well since the murder. Like, I'm relatively confident that Doug either did or at least saw something the night of the murder that is causing him a lot of stress. Also, she said of Michael that he has his weaknesses, which was an interesting thing to say. Unseeker Crush says, oh my God, Moby also believed he was in love with Natalie Portman and wrote about dating her when she was a college student. She released a statement saying it never happened and he was always creepy. Men keep erroneously thinking they are in mutual love with Natalie Portman. Galara says, I've heard some not great things about Moby. Music ain't half bad, but yeah. Sorry I fell in a Natalie Portman rabbit hole. That's okay. These things happen. Apparently, it happens to a lot of people. Okay, that's all the notes. But you're not a famous man. That's true. But, could happen to anybody. Y'all, I don't know what to do at this point. I'm a little bit stumped. Oh, let's go over these notes. I also have my little notebook here. So, Murder Club. One interesting thing is that Bill's secretary, Sherry, is taking the day off. So presumably we could ask her questions tomorrow, but we don't know how to progress time. I'm assuming I have to make some amount of progress in the case and then time will progress automatically, but I don't really know how that works. At one point we noticed that there were 2 new cars outside the Robbins Trading Company, which seemed notable given like the whole like somebody's car was stolen from the Robbins Trading Company parking lot. But like, there's no way to follow up on that in any way, at least no direct way. A guy has been brought up by the name of Glenn Axworthy, which is quite a name. He's currently staying at the hotel. He was described as a nervous man by the hotel manager. And the night of the murder, he was out past 2 a.m. And at one point, he went to the Robbins house. But when we asked Mr. Robbins about him, he said that he didn't know him. And unlike like when we've caught other people, when we've caught people in lies in other cases, they just kind of automatically, as long as we have the information to confirm that they're lying about something, they just kind of automatically respond as though they've been caught in their lie and admit it. But in this case, we didn't get that, so I don't know what we're missing there. Have a note about Kevin Latner is the one that said, "Oh, if only there were a Red Tie Club membership list." Doug Carson was supposed to meet someone, and we don't know who that is. That's another thing. Like he kind of trails off when he mentions that he was supposed to meet someone, but we don't have any way to follow up and ask who that is. We learned that Bill often went to the Hungry Fisherman with a woman with long blonde hair. And again, we don't know who that is. I imagine we'll eventually meet someone with long blonde hair, and then we can piece that all together. Patalee Norman, exactly. Are there things you can do in the office? So the things we can do in the office, let's do a quick save here. Let's go ahead and analyze our progress. Okay, it's changed a little bit. So we're doing really great at general Oh, I'm not on the right screen. We're doing great at general investigation, 73 points. I'm guessing that's out of 100 or around that. Vital information, 22 points, which, that's pretty respectable. And then total investigation, 25 points. We have 0 collecting evidence and 0 interrogation. I assume we probably need to get a warrant before we can find any evidence. And I assume, I'm positive we need to get a warrant for an arrest to bring someone in for questioning before we can get any interrogation points. Today we've been playing for 3 hours, 40 minutes, and 2 seconds. And then, so the setup for this game is that Judd Gregory was the guy originally on the case, our partner. He, I think he had a heart attack and is currently in the hospital. He's not dead, but he's decided it's time to retire. But he was insistent that we be put in charge of the case because we're the only ones that can solve it. So we've been kind of filling him in on our progress, and on this screen here, he'll give us a little tip about what we might want to do next. All day today, he's been giving this advice that maybe it would help if you retrace your steps from the beginning. Unfortunately, I've done that multiple times, and it has not gotten me anywhere. Yeah. Is that real time? Is each time you load a save a new day then? I don't think so. Let's kind of verify that real quick. I'm pretty sure I already tried this. But it has been at least strongly suggested. Yeah, that it's the same day. Because the secretary is still not back to work. Let's ask about Shelley. She's taking the day off, yeah. So, I mean, I guess she could be taking multiple days off. Here's where we have a couple of new cars. Very fancy looking cars. All right, so back at the office, we have Crime Lab. Crime Lab is where we would take any evidence we found. Since we don't have any so far, there's nothing we can do here. You don't have any evidence, no reports to check. We have the library. Okay, so this is where I think all the stuff here was available from the beginning of the game. We can learn about this assault that happened, okay, in 83. So that's like a few years ago at the cemetery. Aggressor fled when a security guard making his rounds came by. His Shields was found lying on the ground unconscious with severe wounds to her face and torso. Miss Shields could not give a description of her attacker, and he was never identified. Okay. I'm glad I looked at this again, because one thing we learned, who told us? I don't think it's important, but someone told us that Bill claimed to know who assaulted Sarah Shields and was acting really weird about it. But then whoever this was that told us about this, like, kind of brushed it off, thinking it wasn't serious, which is weird to me. But given that she didn't see the attacker, I really, really think it was Bill. I definitely don't have any concrete evidence to point to that, but it seems clear to me that he was a shitty guy. And just the way he was described as, like, kind of gloating about that information and, like, not, like, going to the police with it. Like, he was friendly with this woman. Like, why would he not, share that information if he had it? So I feel like it has to have been him. Then we have some reports of stolen goods we can look at. Again, the automobile I mentioned was stolen from the Robbins Trading Company. I strongly suspect this is the car that the body was found in, but the game doesn't give us any way to, like, verify that. The security guard that found the body obviously has that, he could tell us what kind of car it was, but since, we're not given that information, there's no way to ask it. So we can't really confirm. There was a stolen watch that was found later. It was thought to be stolen. I think that's just a little bit of a red herring. And there's also a knife that was stolen from a store like 2 to 3 days before the murder. There's a good chance that was the murder weapon, but we don't really know. We haven't really gotten any leads on that at this point. So what else do we have here? We have the prosecutor. This is who we get a warrant from. God, look at this guy. What a guy. What do you want now, Harold? You know you have to go through proper police procedures. So this is the thing I keep thinking, is that it's possible I've learned something that's like enough information to get a search warrant or an arrest warrant, and I just haven't realized that, that there's enough there. But I feel like surely I would have figured that out. Like, it seems like that kind of information, it would be hard to overlook. It must be significant. But I suppose it's possible there's something like you have to have, found a couple different pieces of information and then put them together in order to be able to get the search warrant. And, maybe that's a thing you kind of have to do in your head and doesn't really happen in the game. But, once you have all those bits, you can get the warrant. So my thought is, like, if I really wanted to, I could, kind of spam through these and see if I can unlock any of them. But I'm extremely reluctant to do so, just because I feel like that's going to be very unsatisfying. But I am going to kind of look through this list and think about, like, the car was stolen from the Robbins parking lot. So was that enough to get a search warrant there? Let's see what happens. I've saved my game, so if I feel like I've done anything that's giving me like negative cop points, I guess I'll restore. I don't really know how this works if we like ask for a warrant too many times. Come on, Harold, you're jumping the gun. You don't have enough to justify a search. Okay. Arlington College, cemetery. Also, from what I've seen, it seems like the private residences are the only places where it's appropriate to get a search warrant. I mean, I feel like that makes sense too, right? But maybe I'm wrong. He looks like someone who would leave his wife for the thought of Natalie Portman. Carson's house. I understand. I'm going to give you a search warrant, but you had better not make me sorry. You hear me, Harold? Got it. Okay. I figured that was... So, previously I had tried to get an arrest warrant for Doug Carson because his story, he's the one we caught in a lie. His story is shady as hell. But I think the manual made it clear that an arrest warrant would be harder to get than a search warrant. So yeah, I think that's the thing I was overlooking. Like I should have went for the easier one, even though I don't know that we have any particular reason to think there's something to find in his house. But I have no idea how this shit works in real life, much less in this video game. Maybe if the story doesn't match up, that's reason enough to, want to search his house and look for evidence. So we got the search warrant for the Carson's house, which is fantastic. Okay. So now we can go to the residential district. Let's look around outside. The lawn is lovingly maintained. What can I do for you? Asked the poised woman who answers the door. Let's say hello. What else can I do for you? We would like to search your house. You flash your search warrant and begin to look around. Oh, this is exciting. We can search for clues, take item, go to other room, call someone, or leave area. Trash the place. Let's search for clues. You find nothing here. I assume take item isn't going to do anything if we don't find anything. You don't find anything relevant to the case in this room. Okay, let's go elsewhere. Oh, wow. I assume we're in the family room. Let's make sure. Okay, you're already there. So this lets us access more rooms than we've been in so far. Doug and Judy's room. Nice. In the middle of the bedroom is a huge bed covered with black satin sheets. Black satin. Wow, that's a look. Search for clues. In the closet are heaps of dresses, tacky dresses. You spot nothing suspicious. Steal all their valuables, call it evidence. Okay. Doug and Judy's room. Okay, so that's the mother and father. Michael and Kate's room. Okay, so they live here. Okay, I guess we knew that. Michael and Kate's bedroom is simply and tastefully decorated. Search for clues. You find nothing of interest here. Guest bedroom. It is a plain room with 2 single beds. Search for clues. You search every nook and cranny of the room, but find nothing. Other room. Kitchen. The smell of freshly baked cake pervades the kitchen. Search for clues. You search the kitchen, but can't find any new leads. Dang it. So one thing we've been told is that sometimes we will be able to search a place and find something new that we didn't find earlier. So it's possible that we could come back here later and find something. Okay, JB, I didn't know you're the fashion police. Yeah, let's go back to... Was this the room? I'm just curious. Okay. I was just curious if we could like take the dresses. Like it seemed clear that that wasn't relevant, but like, you know, maybe the game would let us do it. Let us do something incorrect. Nothing. Okay, so let's do this. Let's go to Doug and Judy's room and then call someone. Let's bring Doug in here. So, does calling Doug into this room that we haven't talked to him in before, does that give us anything new? It doesn't seem like it. And then we have the option to resume search or leave area. Your boss was like, don't make me sorry. I know. What if his answers are different? I mean, that crossed my mind, but what would we ask him about that might have a different answer just because we're in a different place? Like, there's nothing that really seems relevant to where we are. Like, his alibi is the same, this trailing off about who he was supposed to meet. Hobbies. What sort of a question is that? I like to listen to classical music and nurse a good brandy. Let's bring in someone else. Judy. Tell us about your decorating choices here, Judy. I want to know about the black satin. It's not an option. Red Tie Club. I think it was a club formed by mystery novel fanatics years ago when I was young. What made you want a search warrant for here? Anything to ask about? Well, I mean, it was a little bit of a wild guess. Like, I would much rather bring in Doug Carson for questioning. But I thought maybe it'd be easier to get a search warrant than an arrest warrant. Because I feel like we probably still don't have enough to get an arrest warrant. We caught him in a lie, but there's very little substance to what we have so far. And I was just kind of crossing my fingers that maybe we would find something that would give us more information, but no luck. What's the difference between question and ask for information? Oh, question gives us this list of, like, you know, things about basic information about the person. Ask for information is this list that's kind of like topics. You know, we can ask about the alibi. We can ask them if they just, you know, have anything else they want to tell us. And then we've occasionally unlocked these special options that are like things we've learned about through questioning other people. Ask about others. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. So I feel like we goofed, basically. Rip. Well, we'll go back to the office and see if we get in trouble. This could be funny. What do you want now, Harold? You know you have to go through proper police procedures. Interesting. So there's not really any follow-up at this point. let's. I'm already probably gonna restore to my save, so let's experiment a little. Let's try getting an arrest warrant for Doug again. Okay, that's what I figured. And I feel like, well, let's try Brian. Like, I mean, Brian is clearly a shady guy, and like, most importantly, he was the last person seen with Bill, and they were in an argument. Like, that seems like probably enough for an arrest warrant, but it's not. Okay. I mean, certainly in real life, you'd ask more questions about, this argument. What were you talking about? Get more information. But like, we don't have an option to do that. So it's a little bit weird. I don't think I'm going to try any of these other ones. Like, none of these other people are really suspicious enough. It is kind of interesting that Janet is in here. Like, it's interesting that this is not a list of everyone in the game. I feel like if I were creating this game, I would put everyone in here just to make it harder. Are there any other search warrants that would make sense? Robin's Trading Company? Maybe? Yeah, jumping the gun. Lee Cosmetics Company, maybe. Like, in that case, we've learned that they're doing something, making some shady deals to get the money out of financial trouble. I guess, like, at this point, I feel stuck enough that I'm just going to try some ones that might work, even though I don't feel great about it. I'm not going to, like, spam through every single thing. Bill Robbins' house. Edward Robbins' house. Brian Ayler's house. Listen, Harold. Come on, Harold. Jeez, Harold. Oh, heck. Russell Thorpe's house. Lyric store. I'm curious what happens with Lyric store. Okay. I guess I'm going to try Bill and Edward's house. Oh, I've already issued a search warrant. Don't you keep track of these things? What? For Bill's house? Or did I screw up? Can I only get one search warrant? Don't you know, if you stare long enough at an EGA graphics game, your eyes will get stuck in that video mode. I think this is true. I think you're probably right. Let's load 5. Just making sure I'm loading and not accidentally saving. Okay, so let's go back to the prosecutor. And let's get a search warrant for Bill's house this time. Oh, what? What? Did we have a search warrant for Bill's house the whole time? I never requested that. Oh, God. Was I just told that we had that and fucking forgot about it? For Christ's sake, Carol. Okay. God. Okay. Bill's house. Look around. Clearly expensive. So, show warrant. You flash your search warrant and begin to look around. Search for clues. You don't find anything of interest. Bill and Janet's room. It's a cozy room. Search for clues. Ah. You reach under the bed and find a pair of small, shiny objects. They are silver earrings. So this kind of introduces a question of, should I take anything I find? Or should I only take things that seem like they're relevant? I mean, obviously, in any given room, there's lots of stuff, right? So it feels like if the game lets me take something, it's probably relevant. But I also have no reason to believe these earrings are relevant. Janet sure loved brown. So I'm going to take them. Like, this is the first thing we found that we could take. So I'm going to take them and take them to the crime lab just to, like, finally, like, get to see how that mechanic works. If it turns out we get nothing from it, like, that's okay. Take earrings. You put the earrings in your pocket. Shouldn't we put them in a little evidence bag? Study. You're in Bill Robbins' private study. It looks as though nothing in the room has been touched for weeks. You find nothing relevant to the case here. Interesting. Kitchen. The kitchen is sparkling clean. You open the door to the closet, and a narrow blade knife falls on the floor. Excuse me? Yeah, I'm taking the knife. You pick up the knife and take it as evidence. We don't put that in our pocket? Arrest immediately. Interesting. Okay, that's all the rooms. I can't believe I could have just done this all along. I'm so upset. Okay. Back to the office, to the crime lab. Any new leads? Show me what you found. Okay, so I got these earrings. They're probably nothing, but take a look. They're made of silver and look expensive. The initials SM are written on them. There are no bloodstains or fingerprints. SM? 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 Oh, is this... So we found the earrings in Janet's room. I'm going to write that down. Found in Janet's room. This could be the thing that Janet found that made her realize her husband was cheating on her. I don't think we know an SM yet. Let me flip through my list real quick. But I can't help but wonder if she has long blonde hair. Yeah, we haven't met an SM yet. Okay, so that was actually really useful evidence. Like, there are no bloodstains or fingerprints. So, like, I don't think it's something directly... I do feel like there's a good chance it's related to the murder, like, kind of indirectly. Okay, let's present this knife. It's a butcher knife with a narrow blade. It's about the same size as the murder weapon. We found traces of type AB blood. Knife. Same size as murder weapon. Has AB blood. And Bill Robbins, blood type AB. We found the murder weapon, I think. Sarah Michiels? Yeah, that must be it. Okay. Interesting. Check report. Oh, so we can just review the information. Cool. That's useful. Back to the office. Hi, JB. How's the investigation going? You know, you're the one guy who can solve this case without all hell breaking loose, says Catherine with a smile. Culinary, yes. Bill has type AB blood. So knife is like same size and shape as the murder weapon and has matching blood on it. So I feel like that's got to be the murder weapon. So why was the murder weapon in the closet of the murder guy's house? Found in closet of Bill's kitchen. And more importantly, what now? That one's rare, isn't it? It certainly has not come up often in the game. I don't know about real life. Dave Carrington also has AB blood. Joe Carrington has AB blood. It's worth noting they're not related by blood also. Okay, those are the only two other people in the game that have AB blood. So that's interesting. Oh, Res Mason says, wait, are you Harold or JB? We are JB Harold. Don't know what I don't think we've been given our full first name. Just JB. But yeah, it is a little confusing that Harold sounds like a first name. It is not in this case. Jeremy Baramy, sure. So we don't know whose blood it is. Yeah, I mean, not necessarily, but you know, it's pretty close to the murder weapon and has the murdered guy's blood type. So like, I'm trying to think of what we want to do to follow up on this information. We can maybe go ask Janet about the earrings now. That seems like a good place to start. And the knife is tricky because like Fred is currently at that house, but like he wasn't there before, so I don't know if asking him about it is useful necessarily. And I feel like now that we've got a potential murder weapon, if we can get a decent piece of information to like connect someone to that murder weapon, or like maybe even just was in that location at the right time, you know, maybe that would be enough to get us an arrest warrant. But let's go talk to Janet first. She's at Carrington's house. Person you called enters the room. So, we can now ask about the earrings. Earrings? I've got dozens of pairs. Knife. A knife? I don't know anything about a knife. She's definitely like a little suspicious. Finding a murder weapon would be grounds for arrest. Yeah, but like we found it at the murdered person's house. And the person currently there was not there until after the murder. Like it's his brother. And he wasn't staying there until after the murder. So like I feel like there's no reason to suspect him. Let's see. Who's in our list here? I don't think we Shelley McDonald. Fucking knew it. The secretary. He was definitely having an affair with the secretary, and I bet she has long blonde hair. Okay, let's ask Janet about. Used to be Bill's secretary. That's all I know. Is this enough evidence to? I don't feel like it's enough evidence to get an arrest warrant for her, right? Like, it's suspicious that she had these earrings, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything. Bet her hair is full of knives and earrings. Can we search her hair? Unfortunately, no. We cannot search a person. Heck. Ask about Bill again. Don't want to talk about Bill right now. I just can't handle it. Dang. Marriage. Met Bill at my father's office. He was so handsome and nice and mature. Before I knew it, I was in love with him. I was so sure we'd be together forever. Is there maybe someone we could ask? Maybe Ed we could ask about Sherry? Shelley, excuse me. She's taking the day off. Yeah, nothing. God. Let's ask him about... Oh, we can't ask him about the earrings or the knife. Interesting. Let's go back to the... I don't know if this is useful, but let's go to Larrick's store. This is where the knife was stolen from. Okay, so his statement about the knife has not changed. I'm trying to think, is there anyone we could ask about Shelley McDonald that we haven't already that might get us something worthwhile? Maybe I should just go through and ask everyone about her again, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. But before I do that, let's go back to where we found the knife, which was Bill Robbins' house. And let's ask him about the knife. I don't know what you're talking about. Earrings. Earrings? They must be Janet's. No one else around. So he's the only one here right now. He normally lives at his dad's house. Let's ask him about Shelley MacDonald while we're here. Used to be my brother's secretary. Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, if the murder weapon was here, does that mean that the murder happened here? Honestly, it doesn't make a ton of sense that the murder weapon is here. Especially if you have your guide to the perfect crime, right? Like, why would you hide the murder weapon so poorly in the home of the person that was murdered? Were there not any prints on the knife? I guess not. I guess they knew enough about the perfect crime to not leave any prints. Um, okay, let's ask literally everyone about Shelley MacDonald. She's taking the day off. And we'll also check if we can ask them about the earrings and the knife. Don't know anyone by that name. Let's see. Oops. Shelley MacDonald. Nah, don't know her. So let's talk to Sarah here as well. Doesn't ring a bell. Okay. I mean, she has seen Bill come in with a woman with long blonde hair, but wouldn't necessarily know her name. I assume if she knew her name, she would have told us already, probably. Maybe. Information. Oh, we can ask her about the earrings. That's interesting. Sorry, I don't usually drop earrings in married men's bedrooms. Wait. Were the earrings in Janet's bedroom? Can't ask her about the knife. Yeah, I'm going to go back and check. Maybe it was like Bill and Janet's bedroom, like they had a room at her family's house. I suppose that would make sense. Let's show the warrant. Oh. 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 Yeah. Okay. Yeah, right. I got a little confused between searching that house before we restored. Okay, yeah. So there was at Bill Robbins' house. And yeah, it was in Bill and Janet's room. Okay. And also Janet is currently in the other house, so that's part of what mixed up my brain a little bit. And Bill is dead now. Yeah, so it's not his bedroom. But yeah, like I guess it's possible that Janet never saw them. But I'm inclined to think she did. How did she respond when we asked about them? Other woman earrings in the house, Bill? Apparently. I really feel like things aren't looking great for Janet here. I do kind of wonder if we might have enough enough information to get an arrest warrant. Like we found evidence that Bill was having an affair in their house that she may have seen. We found the murder weapon in their house. So that kind of fairly strongly suggests that, you know, the murder happened here. Res Mason, thank you for hanging out. Have a good night as well. Giving your mistress engraved jewelry seems reckless, but to be honest, watching Mad Men has taught me that affair-having dudes in the 20th century didn't really give a shit. Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it? We can't be sure it's Bill who gave her the earrings. True, but like we found them in Bill's house. We found earrings with the initials SM in Bill and Janet's house. I don't think Janet would have had earrings with those initials on them, right? So it seems pretty clear cut. Like we've had multiple people say that Bill was having multiple affairs. So it seems pretty clear cut that Bill bought these earrings for another woman. Again, I don't know if this is necessarily enough information for an arrest warrant, but I feel like in terms of the way this game works, it might be. To arrest Janet is what I'm suggesting. Like she has reason to be angry at Bill. You know, she would have been in the house. Like my thought is that she found the earrings, got mad at him, like, you know, stabbed him out of anger, and then maybe like called in other people to help. Like this all seems like almost a little too straightforward, but it seems believable. Did she say anything about the earrings? I can't remember exactly what she said. Let's go back and check that again. It was a very vague response, which is frustrating because we can't ask follow-up questions without arresting her. Carson's, right? They should have picked Carson and Carrington. For my brain, two C names is easy to confuse. Yeah, Carson is wrong. Carrington's house is what we want. But I keep getting those mixed up. Carrington, there we go. Okay, Janet, earrings. Earrings? I've got dozens of pairs. Yeah, so she's like not even addressing what we're asking, like, hey, we found earrings with the initials SM in your house. Do you know anything about that? And she's like, earrings? I got dozens of pairs. Yes, but what about these? Do you know anything about these, ma'am? Shelley McDonald. Used to be Bill's secretary. That's all I know. Knife? A knife? I don't know anything about a knife. What's your alibi again? Didn't go anywhere and nobody came here. I was alone the whole time. Wait, so she's saying she was at her parents' house? I never really thought about that too much. Why was she here? And not at her home? Heck. Let's shoot. Oh, we can't ask her about the earrings. Interesting. Well, I guess this isn't the house we found them in, so I suppose that makes sense. They're obviously not hers. But we got distracted there. I think Sarah Shields was the last person we were talking to. So let's continue going through the list here. Again, we're asking everyone about earrings and knife if we can, and also about Shelley Marshall. I think I got the name right that time. Shelley McDonald. I'll get it eventually. Oh, yes! I remember her name. I think I've seen her with Bill Robbins a few times. She's got long blonde hair, doesn't she? Yes. Okay. So now we know Bill's secretary, Shelley McDonald. Yeah, it's right there. Had long blonde hair. We know from Sarah Shields that Bill would frequently come into the Hungry Fisherman with a woman with long blonde hair. We found earrings with the initials SM in Bill's bedroom. Sleeve McDykel. So, gosh. Like, we're making great progress, but I still don't know what this means in terms of what I need to do next in the game. So I guess I'm going to continue with what I was doing for now. Thank you very much, sir. I should write that down so we know where that information came from. Should write it down on his page, I mean. Matthew Gaffney. SM long blonde hair. Okay, leave. So that was the hotel, cosmetics company. Okay, can't ask him about anything. Shelley McDonald. Now there's a woman who's really got it together. She knew everything related to Bill's business. How much more investigation do you think you'll be doing tonight? That's a good question. Probably won't go for more than another half hour, I imagine. Who is that lady? Oh, that's just like the secretary at the cosmetics company office. We can't actually question her or anything. There's a couple people like that. Ask about others. Shelley McDonald. Don't know her. We can ask her about earrings. Sure, I wear earrings. Thank you. Very helpful. It's so weird who we can ask about certain topics. It doesn't really follow much logic. Liberty Bank. So here's another person that's just a receptionist that we can't really interact with other than to get escorted elsewhere. Ask about others. Shelley. She used to be Bill Robbins' secretary. She seems like a very capable woman. Mr. Robbins must have liked and respected her because he took her everywhere with him. Just liked and respected her. That was the bank. Bill Robbins' house. I think we already did this here. Knife. Don't know about that. Earrings. Must be Janet's. Ask about Shelley. Used to be my brother's secretary. Okay. Respectfully. Carson's house. Can't ask about earrings or knife. She used to work for my brother Bill. I've heard she lives by herself in an apartment near Arlington College. Okay. That's interesting. Again, Arlington College is where the body was found. And a big question I've had all along is why was his body put there? Wait, who is this? Crap. Question. Name. Your name, please? Kate Carson. Okay, thank you. Kate Carson. So full of questions. I am. Shelley did it, case closed. Yeah, it's looking pretty suspicious, I feel like. I just want to go back to this. Okay. Lives by herself in an apartment near Arlington College. SM lives alone near Arlington. Don't listen to me. I'll accuse literally anyone. I mean, I agree though. Like at this point, my best theory is that she murdered Bill. Like again, like a big piece of information we have is that who was that? I can't remember who it was, but someone called her on the night of the murder and called Janet and oh wait, Shelley did it. You said Shelley did it. Okay. I was thinking you meant Janet, which is what I still think. But Janet on the night of the murder was sobbing, you know, before anyone knew about the murder and was saying that everything will be okay. So to me, like this fits with my idea that she found the earrings, you know, got upset, you know, stabbed Bill in anger. And then I think what happened is, you know, she got other people to help cover it up. Left the body near her house out of laziness. I do wonder, like, yeah, I don't know. What exactly was the whole like cover up plan here? Like, I feel like whatever happened, there's clearly some attempt to like cover it up, and I feel like putting the body outside Arlington must have been done for a reason. Okay, bring in Doug. Can't ask him anything. Shelley. Used to be Bill's secretary. They were always together. Judy. Don't know her. Excuse me. So that was Carson's house, lyric store. Don't know her. Knife. Same info there. Ed Robbins' house. She's a saint to work for. She's a saint to work for a difficult boss like Bill. You probably know whose fault it was that her little sister died. What? What? Please elaborate, ma'am? Also, what is she saying exactly? You probably know whose fault it was that her little sister died. What is she saying? SM, quote, you probably know whose fault it was that her little sister died. What? I'm sorry, Culinary. We don't have soap opera update here. You probably know. Thanks, game. Thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. And as a reminder, you will not get anything for this redemption. We need those coins to repair the plumbing. But thank you nonetheless. Same thing. Yeah. Okay, so... Man.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks on Secret Crush. Shelly McDonald. You probably know whose fault it was that her little sister died. What? Like, is she saying that because I'm a cop? Like, I don't understand what's being implied here. If anyone has any thoughts on how I'm meant to interpret this sentence, please share. Yeah, like, we didn't even know she had a sister, but, you know, that's not too much of a surprise. Like, we know almost nothing about Shelley. But, like, I guess, like, I hear this and I can't help but think, did Bill do that? Is it like a common knowledge thing? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this is like, you know, a thing that happened a while ago and like just, you know, everybody in town knew about it. You know, it's like on the news a lot or something. I do wonder, like, is it possible we could go back to the police station now and like look up this case? I'm definitely going to check on that. It's a sister in the list of conversation topics now. I checked for that and no. Yeah, not in the names list either. I mean, we don't even have a name at this point. So I guess we're done here now. Heck. So that was Ed Robbins' house, Brian Ayler's. Don't know her. Knife. A knife? Can't ask him about earrings. So we're done with that list. Suburban Carrington's house. Can't ask about anything there. Never met Shelley. Bring in Janet. We already asked her this stuff, but I just want to do it again real quick. Used to be Bill's secretary. That's all I know. Is it, though? Are you sure you don't know anything else? Got dozens of pairs of earrings. She's just a little bit suspicious. Do you know Shelley? She used to be Bill's secretary. She's a very reliable, bright woman, and nice, too. And working for a jerk like that. Oops. Was that everyone? I think it was. Okay. It is a believable way for a gossipy person to drop info. Yeah, I suppose so. I don't read this as it was Bill's fault, although somewhat related. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing there to suggest it was Bill's fault. I'm wondering a little bit is all. Probably not. It's just, we suddenly bring up a a mysterious death. It's hard not to wonder. This game was originally made in Japanese, wasn't it? So it's a translation. Yeah, that's true. It's possible like some of the nuance was lost in the translation. Well, surely you know about thing you're hearing about the first time, so I will imply things. Yeah. I agree. This is like, it's not that weird of a way to, bring something up. But like, in real life, we would have the opportunity to inquire or respond in some way. Oops, didn't mean to do that. We're not done. Oh, what? We unlocked Shelley McDonald's house. I'm just thinking, like, I think before we go there, I want to continue going through my methodical list here. Oh, man. Okay, I'm excited. This shouldn't take too long. We just have a few more of these. Who? Russell Thorpe. Do you know Shelley? Used to be Bill's secretary. Sure. Church. This probably isn't going to get us anywhere. Shelley. She was here about a week ago praying for Mr. Robbins' soul. To me, that like a little bit suggests that she didn't murder him. Don't know her, sir. Okay. Let's go to Shelley McDonald's house. This makes me think that maybe there isn't actually a passage of time like I initially assumed there was. Because it seems like we'll get to talk to her at her house. Which, given what we know about the game so far, I do feel like that makes more sense than having a time passage mechanic. Maybe she's praying for him to go to hell. Certainly possible, yes. You stop in front of a white concrete apartment complex. You note that it's just a short walk from Arlington College. Let's go inside. Okay. I figured that must be her. It might actually be the only... Well, I think this is like the only portrait we've had on our sheets that could possibly be a long-haired blonde woman. Yes, questions the blonde woman who answers your knock. Okay. We'll say hello first. Yes, what is it? Name, Shelley McDonald. Oops, I got an A in there. That's not correct. Age, 28 years old. Marital status. We can ask about family. My parents died when I was young. I had a sister, but she died too. Please tell us more. Blood type. O. Oops, not that yet. Occupation. I work for the Robbins Trading Company. Hobbies. I write sometimes, just for my own enjoyment. Writing. For fun. Skills. I type and take shorthand. I also have good organizational skills. Typing, shorthand, organization. Birthplace. Was born in upstate New York and came here 2 years ago. Moved 2 years ago. Clubs. I belong to the Amateur Writing Society. Okay. Oh, where to go next? Let's do this list first. What's your alibi? I took the day off work and went shopping. At about 6 o'clock, I stopped by Big Burger and then headed home. That was my evening. Day off work. Shopping. Big Burger at 6. Went home. Marriage. I don't want to marry anybody. If you knew about my sister's marriage, you'd understand. Huh. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I don't want to marry anybody. If you knew about my sister's marriage, you'd understand. What's her sister's name? Is that necessarily important? Automobile. My car is silver. Something else. It's probably unrelated, but about a week before Bill was killed, a man I'd never seen before came by the office looking for him. After Bill talked to him, he seemed really distracted. Okay. 1 week before murder, new guy came to office to talk to Bill. Seemed distracted after. Oh, I was thinking, what if the earrings aren't Shelley's? The other stuff she said doesn't fit with my theory, though. It's an interesting thought, regardless. Okay, so that's everything there. We can't ask her about the earrings. That seems a little bit weird, right? Bill is sleeping with sister and somehow causes her death. Shelley murders in revenge. Certainly possible. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. How do we find out more about this sister's murder? Let's go through this list. Bill, it was a shock. One day he's here, and the next he's gone. Martha, don't know her very well. Edward, he's a tremendously demanding man. In fact, he expects work to get done at any cost. Fred, I don't think that he and Bill got along very well. Kate, I've run into her a few times. I don't really know her, but she seems nice. Doug, he's come by the office a few times to see Bill. No, I don't know why. Interesting. Doug came by to see Bill a few times. Judy, sorry I've never spoken with her. Michael, he used to get together with Bill to plan Liberty Drinking Club meetings. Joe, never met him. Janet, I wouldn't want to switch places with her. What a miserable thing to happen. It's not fair, is it? Dave, he and Janet are twins. Stephen, he's the Robbins family physician and a friend of Edward Robbins. Barbara, she works for the Robbins family. Shelley, please, this is very hard for me. Ken, I don't know him. Sarah, I don't know her. Russell, he's a friend of Edward Robbins. He owns the Gaslight movie theater. Brian Ayler, he has a bad reputation with the Amateur Writers Society. He's conceited, but it's not just that. Apparently, he was involved in some shady deals in New York. Brian. Bad rep with AWS. Involved in shady deals in New York. I'm going to run out of space here. Makes it sound like the sister's marriage caused her death. I mean, my interpretation of that was that she was murdered by her husband. But we have so little information. Glenn Axworthy. Oh, him. He's called the office to talk to Bill. Oh. Glenn Axworthy called office to talk to Bill. Please don't give me any more information, ma'am. I don't have space for it. Right. Man I never seen before came by the office looking for him. After Bill talked to him, he seemed really distracted. Gosh. There's so much that we are still missing. If I say hello, did I not say hello before, or did her response change? Excuse me, but I don't feel well. Could we do this some other time? Hinton. Hinton says, gotta go. I promise I'm not going to kill anyone. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for hanging out, and have a good rest of your day. Talking about Bill and, oh, you know whose fault that was. Yeah. You did say hello before. Yeah, that's what I thought. I think we've run out of things to do here for right now. I sure do want to keep going, but I should wrap it up, I suppose. Oh! Shit. Big Burger unlocked. Oh, that's beautiful. You're standing in front of a back alley hamburger joint. Oh boy. I feel like we must be talking to the person that looked like they were in a uniform. Look around. Nothing unusual catches your eye. Go inside. Yeah, okay. Hi there. How about trying our amazing new triple cheeseburger or perhaps a tasty chocolate bopper for dessert? Suggests the cheerful young man behind the counter. I'd love a chocolate bopper, thank you. Okay. Let's look around. The restaurant is jammed with groups of teenagers and parents with small kids. Say hello. Like, what do you want to talk to me for? That's a great question. I don't really know, but I'm going to ask you all sorts of detailed questions anyway. Alan Weiss. Totally cool name, huh? I mean, sure. Oh, wait, Alan? Are you the Alan? Boyfriend of lady whose name I can't remember? Shit. Molly. It's got to be Molly's boyfriend. I'll be so disappointed if it's not. Age, 20 years old. Occupation, I'm like in college. I only work here part-time. College. Big Burger. Part-time. Blood type, A. Just like most of the town. Family, I live with my parents and my older sister. Hobbies. I like to get together with the guys and jam. We play some pretty killer surf tunes. Hell yeah, dude. Jammin' surf tunes with the guys. Skills. I'm an excellent bass player, dude. Nice. I love this game. Birthplace. I was born in this lame town. Clubs. I'm totally not into the group scene, you know? No clubs. That's affiliations, I guess. Okay. So that's all the questions. Ask for information. What's your alibi? They're renovating this place the day that dude got killed, so I got off around 3. I picked up Molly and Dave later on, and the 3 of us went for a cruise downtown. I got home before midnight. Interesting. Got off at 3. Picked up Molly and Dave later. Cruised downtown. Home before midnight. Okay. Who's Dave again? Dave Carrington is the guy who is in the. He's the author of the How to Commit a Perfect Crime paper. He's in the psychiatry club that studies homicides. He is the son of Joe Carrington, the real estate guy. What's your car? An orange Fiesta. Nice. Salted Downs Hill. Never heard of it before. Oops. Something else. Yeah, wait a minute. I remember Dave saying that he had something to do. We dropped him off around 10 near school. What? Oh, Dave, what did you need to do at Arlington College? Dave had, quote, something to do at Arlington at 10. It says, class of 1986 most likely to be Watney Little. Unseeker Crush said, randomly remembered hearing about a person who consumed so much true crime media, she committed a murder to see what it was like. But I can't remember if that was a real thing or a movie. Interesting. Okay, so I think we're done with the ask for information menu. Let's ask about others. Bill. You mean the dead guy? Yeah, I knew Janet, his old lady. Like, you should call out the SWAT team to catch the lowlife who killed him, man. I haven't been doing voices, but it's hard not to do a little bit of a voice for this guy's dialogue. Martha Carrington. I met her once when I went to Dave's house. She seemed pretty okay for a mom. Edward Robbins. Don't know him. Fred. Never heard of the dude. Kate. Don't know her. Doug. Yeah, he's the president of the Lee Cosmetics Company. That company is really bogus. Like, this friend of mine worked there part-time, you know, and he was complaining that he totally had problems getting his dinero. Okay. LCC. Not paying employees. So, I mean, just kind of further corroboration that the cosmetics company was having some very serious financial difficulties. Turns out all blood types are murder types, perhaps. What if literally everyone in town committed the murder together as a group activity for Murder Club? So let's see. That was Doug. Judy. Don't know her. Michael. Don't know him. Joe. That's my friend Dave's old man. Steven. Don't know him. All right, tell me about Dave. Yeah, we're pretty good friends. He's in Professor Latner's criminal psych class with me. Sometimes we go cruising together. As a matter of fact, we went out a couple weeks ago. We already asked. Oh, I skipped Janet. Yeah, I know her. She's my friend Dave's sister. Steven, don't know him. Barbara, don't know her. Shelley, who? Ken. He owns this cafe that I go to, the Hungry Fisherman. Okay, so he goes there too. Goes to HF. Sarah. She's a babe. She's way mysterious, and I totally like that. I bet a lot of the customers go there just to check her out. So we were previously told by Molly, Alan's girlfriend, that this guy's really into Sarah Shields, and she doesn't She doesn't appreciate that. Russell. I think he owns the movie theater where my girlfriend Molly works part-time. The old guy always has a cigar in his mouth. He acts like a jerk. Brian Ayler. I've seen him a couple of times over at the Hungry Fisherman. He's always bragging about something. Always telling people he's just got himself some fantastic contract. From what I've heard, he can barely sell any books. Glenn. Sorry, dude. Don't know him. This here is the murdering mastermind. Okay, so that's everything, right? Did we look around here? The restaurant is jammed with groups of teenagers and parents with small kids. Okay. No one else to bring in. The burgers are people. Oh no. Nothing unusual catches your eye. Can we... Okay, so that guy did not get added to our list, which is too bad. Is it possible if we go talk to Dave, we could get a new question? Let's see, he's at the Carrington's residence. Alibi, automobile. Don't have a car. I always ride a bike. Dave, what were you doing at Arlington at 10? Oh, yes. Okay. We called him out on his alibi. Previously said... This is the wrong notes. Dave. Okay. Okay. He gave us a very vague statement that didn't necessarily mean he wasn't doing something suspicious. He said he was out with friends and got home late. Out doing what? Okay, I kind of forgot. I left Alan and his girlfriend at about 10 o'clock. After that, I just took a walk and then headed back home. You sure about that, dude? Left friends. We'll write what we learned from Alan. Dropped off at Arlington at 10 p.m. And then, quote, took a walk. Whoopsie doodle, I forgot I totes did murders. So we can't ask about either of his friends. They're not in this list. Gosh. It's becoming hard to stop playing this game. All right. I think we'll call it quits there. Let's go back to the office and save. 6. Would you like to analyze your progress? Absolutely. Okay. Collecting evidence, 12 points. Not bad. Finally made some progress there. General investigation, 83 points. We're doing great there. We still have no interrogation. I do wonder if we might have enough evidence to bring someone in at this point, but it's hard to be certain. Interesting, both vital information and total investigation are at 32 points now. Day's investigation time, 5 hours, 12 minutes, 21 seconds. We have a new message from Judd Gregory. Well, JB, you should analyze the suspect's statements. There must be some contradictions that will help you. Nice. I need to make a note that our save file is 6. I mean, I need so many more note pages. Yeah, that's fine. Usual stuff. Okay. That was great. I love this game. I'm very excited to play more. I wonder how late I would go if I was unreasonable about it. How late would I play this game until I was just too exhausted to play anymore? Let's see. I'm going to find somebody to raid here. So schedule. On Friday, we're going to do some more world building. On a week from today, we'll be back at Murder Club, and I hope if nothing else, we can finally bring in our first arrest for interrogation. I feel like surely we can get to that next week. Man, I'm really curious how, like, I guess we a little bit have these bars to go by. Like, probably total investigation at 32 points means we're like a third of the way through the game, which is honestly kind of wild. Like, that's two pretty full weeks of investigating, and that's all we've managed to get so far. But it also seems possible that things will start to come together quicker. As we go on. I'm very excited to see. So yeah, that's what's coming up. Let's find somebody to raid here. I appreciate you all hanging out very much. Who all is streaming? Cobra Command is playing Harvest Moon. Oh. Atari Beer Pong is playing Deja Vu for Atari ST. But currently chatting, and I also haven't played that game yet. So I think we'll say hello to Cobra instead. Okay. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you have a nice rest of your week, and we'll see you around. Bye.